It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The NFL free agency signing and trades are here, ladies and gentlemen. National League West preview. And Le'Veon Bell loses a civil lawsuit for rape charges. And much, much more on a new episode of Joba in the Mouth. Are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight him all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
It is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a new show of Joba and the Mouth. It is beautiful here in Long Island, New York, as we hit 52 degrees today and throughout the week. It's been around 50 degrees. It's been absolutely crazy. It's been wonderful weather, and it has a little bit of a wind breeze. I'm loving it. This is Joba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. No more. I'm just kidding. He is here. Well, he's still around, but he's over there at school. But Tommy Poops is not here. Nick Goody will probably be in a little bit later. And, of course, we have the Tick himself. Or we call him or Owen the Tick Rickner. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It's been a crazy week. We're here in the middle of the week. It's going so fast. We're in March. We're almost in April. I'll be 43 in April. It's been crazy. Everything moves so quick. After the age of 25, it's all downhill, ladies and gentlemen. For all the kids out there or middle-aged people out there, you know as much as I know it. Once you hit that 25 mark, it's all downhill. But how are you, Joba? I know you were out and you were taking care of all your family stuff. Obviously, your father passing away. How did the funeral go, my friend?
Oh, it went as best as I could have dreamed of. Man, it just the outgoing support, and so we had to have 2, as people well know. My dad's Native American, so his wishes were to have one here because he'd spent a lot of time here and done those things. So and we had the conversation before, so it made it really, really easy. And just the support was absolutely incredible. Like I never could have imagined it. It's something you don't really think about, but it's like I can't thank everybody enough for all the support, and all of the fans too, and them sharing the memories of my dad and all of that. Like it was just really, really cool, man. I can't explain it any more than that. My heart is at peace, and I know Dad's at peace, and as everybody knows, my dad is synonymous with his scooter, but he's walking now, so I can't help but smile. And going back and and getting him buried back home on the reservation, and he's actually buried next to his sister, so that's really cool. And so just having all of that experience, man, I can't. It's a hell of a process, though. I will tell you that much. It since he got sick and all the other stuff, and he's been sick for a while, but this time when we kind of knew it was the end all that meets all, and it's something every day and getting all these things done. And he made it really easy for me because he was at peace. We had already had the conversations. So yeah, just a lot. There's still a lot to do even after this is done, and tying up loose ends, and getting all his stuff and
That's the
all that.
hardest part.
So
That's the hardest part. Going in to
oh
your father's house, clearing up everything and cleaning up. And if you're selling the house or you're moving into the house, that's the work. That's the work you have to go into and get into now. Because I know when my father passed away, we had to deal with a lot of stuff.
You
Going
know,
through all
the hardest thing was picking out from all of my dad's memorabilia, because it's weird going into my dad's house because it's like a shrine of me, so it's kind of awkward.
Mm.
Um, but just picking out, because he had so many cool jackets. He had like all the hats that he had, and I mean he still had stuff in like a spare bedroom that was still in the plastic. So my dad was a hoarder anyway, so it
Most
did
parents,
not.
most
I
parents,
know,
they
I
hoard
know.
everything, especially if it's from their kids. Pictures
Oh,
and shoes and sneakers. They bronze it. I mean, my mom bronzed my sneakers all the way up till the age of 17. I said, Mom, why the hell are you bronzing my shoes? I am a teenager. I don't want you bronzing any of my sneakers. It's weird.
my dad still has my dresser from my bedroom like 2 houses ago, and he's been in this house since 2008, and we had moved twice before, but like my original dresser, like I can go in and I'm like, some of this stuff like just falls apart. I'm like, Dad, you haven't opened this drawer, and I haven't lived with you since 2005 or 6. Yeah,
It's like,
somewhere in
isn't
there.
there like layers and layers of dust on everything? It's like,
No,
it's like,
he's bad about that, and
yeah,
he
my
has
father was.
aides that are in there, so
Yeah.
they clean
I
everything. So yeah,
I hate it. I hate it. I hated going through my father's stuff and looking for things, and then my sister's trying to find jewelry that my father said he had for the kids. It was horrible. And then everybody saying my sisters, because my brother didn't care and I really didn't care. But my brother, when he says he didn't care, he winded up taking a load of stuff. But I was the
oh,
one that didn't want anything. I wanted nothing because I'm not a hoarder. I don't want to hoard anything. But I took my father's Thriller album, obviously Michael Jackson Thriller album, because it's one in very few. So his Beatles album I have. So there was a couple of things I took, and he left me some of his jewelry because my brother hocked half of it. So
right.
my sisters wanted everything. They wanted pots, pans. They wanted his underwear. They wanted everything. It was just weird. And women are so bad when it comes to hoarding and trying to pick the things and argue what they need and what they don't need. It was ridiculous. I tell you this right now, I will never do it again. And God forbid when my mom goes, I'm not going to enjoy doing that when my mom goes. But hey, my brother is
Yeah,
in charge of that now, so he'll have to deal with it. I'll just scoot away.
yeah.
That's all I'm missing.
Mine was good because Dad had all like this is we've done this way too many times than I'd like to admit, but so I had already had the conversation of where this is at, where this goes, like certain stuff, because my dad's just a weirdo, like in his hoarding, like he could tell you exactly where something, and if you move it, he could tell you if it was moved or not. And so I had everything. It was just kind of going through everything, and obviously it just come to the end, with putting him in creation and back where he deserved. And but yeah, it's so I'm like, okay, I got to go through this. I know Carter gets this. I know one other grandkid gets this. One gets the fishing equipment. Like, so I have it all listed. It's just like getting to it and going through it and just kind of just I was like, I turned my phone off and let it die. And I was like, I'm just going to actually sleep and not like answer phone calls or worry about missing a phone call and
Hmm.
not getting something done. So I
Well, I'm
slept
happy.
great. It was awesome.
I'm happy you got it done. At 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to Forever Blue Shirts executive editor. He's been on a show first or last or every time, Jim Cerny will be joining us. So that'll be fun. Jim and me have had it out with some arguments when it comes to the New York Rangers. And I'm sure he has his own thoughts on the Rangers right now, on the putrid game playing of this organization and team, as we could say sayonara to the old Drewster at the end of the season. The Bills have signed Joey Bosa to a 1-year, $12.6 million deal after he was cut by the Chargers after 9 NFL seasons. The Bills also signed defensive tackle Larry, Ogunjobi, and wide receiver Joshua Palmer, and brought back safety Damar Hamlin. The trade is officially between the Texans and the Commanders for the 5-time Pro Bowler tackle, Laremy Tunsil. The Texans will receive a 3rd and a 7th round pick this year and a 2nd and a 4th round pick next year. The Texans also traded for safety Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Oh, we love him. From the Eagles, and guard Kenyon Green, a former Texans 1st round pick. The Vikings were very active, signing former Colts guard Will Fries and 2 Pro Bowler defensive tackles in Javon Hargraves and Jonathan Allen. The Colts signed Daniel Jones to a 1-year, $14 million deal contract that can get up to $17.7 million in incentives. The Giants signed former Dolphin safety Jevon Holland to a 3-year, $45 million deal. The Chiefs restructured the contracts of Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones, freeing up $49 million in cap space. They have also signed cornerback Christian Fulton and re-signed a linebacker Nick Bolton. The Ravens signed DeAndre Hopkins to a 1-year, $6 million deal, his 4th new team in the last 4 years. A lot to get into with this. But first of all, very surprised that Joey Bosa went to obviously the Bills. Now, I'm not surprised that the Bills made this move because obviously they need some help on the line. But Joey Bosa has not been healthy over the last couple of seasons. I question this move. But again, did they give up much for a Joey Bosa? No. $12.6 million does not beat anything into their pockets. And this is, I believe, for Joey Bosa, hey, if I put up big numbers this year, you can either extend me or somebody could extend me after this coming season. So Joey Bosa has got to prove that he is going to stay healthy. And the Bills, obviously, this offseason are making more moves than they did last season. Last season, they made no moves. And obviously, going into the offseason, they needed to make more, and they needed to help Josh Allen out, Allen out on the defensive side of the ball. They did. They added a tackle. They added a defensive lineman, a defensive end. They added, obviously, a safety. Well, they brought in Damar Hamlin. We'll see if Damar Hamlin can stay healthy this year. And they brought in a wide receiver in Joshua Palmer. And I'm very surprised they brought in Josh Palmer. I would have probably, and I'll just say this, I would have went after Cooper Kupp. I think Cooper Kupp would have fit like a glove over there with the Bills. I think maybe he does. Maybe they do go after Cooper Kupp. He's still available, but going after Joshua Palmer, and they had Amari Cooper there for half a season. They didn't use enough of him. Maybe you bring Amari Cooper back. That would have made sense. This doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not saying Joshua Palmer is not a good wide receiver. He's like a secondary wide receiver. He's number 1. He's more of a number 2. So I didn't get that. The Texans have made a tremendous amount of trades. And this was a big one. And the Commanders really you're starting to believe that the Commanders could be the team to beat or the second team to beat in the NFC. Adding Laremy Tunsil is an absolute home run here. And I'm going to tell you why. The problem all season long last year was on the left side of the offensive line. Laremy Tunsil right now, and I'll say this, when healthy, he's a top 3 lineman in this league. He is a great offensive tackle. Now, he's got to stay away from the reefer, as we all know, but Laremy Tunsil is a great player. And giving up just a 3rd and a 7th and a 2nd and a 4th, this is a slam dunk. Now, you're going to have to pay Laremy Tunsil, and Laremy Tunsil is probably going to get an extension here. But Laremy Tunsil is a quality offensive lineman. as we have seen in many different places, you cannot, you cannot preach this more when it comes to finding offensive linemen. You can't find them. They don't exist. So when you can get a top offensive tackle like this for a third, a seventh, and a second, and a fourth, it's a home run. And this puts the Commanders in a really, really good position. And they're not done. They have a lot of money. And Dan Quinn obviously has a star quarterback that's getting underpaid because he's a rookie. He's on his rookie contract. He's got 4 more years left on that. And I think this is, if they have a chance, and I say this all the time when it comes to the NFL, if you have a quarterback on their rookie contract, these 5 years, especially what we've seen in a guy like Jaden Daniels and what we've seen with CJ Stroud, these 5 years are so very important if your team has a chance to really start to make moves and bring in free agents and fill in spots and really bring in those contracts, because as soon as these guys become free agents or restricted free agents, this is when they're going to be making that $300 or $400 million deal. And we all know, as long as Jaden Daniels stays healthy, he's going to get paid. So this is the perfect time right now to add pieces. If you have a chance or you have a belief that you're 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 players away from making a run for a Super Bowl, well, then you make these kind of trades. Obviously, the Texans also traded for safety Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Gardner-Johnson has not been a good corner for years. He was what? A 4th corner on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what he was. And he barely played throughout the playoffs. He really didn't. He was really a fill-in player. Now, I'm not saying Gardner-Johnson isn't good, but he's at the tail end of his career. And obviously, the Texans needed to tally up over there in their secondary, which they had problems all season in their secondary, which is they don't have any depth there. So adding a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was an interesting move. I also think with the Vikings are very interesting because they, over the last couple of days, there were a lot of questions of what they're going to do with Sam Darnold. Well, now you know why they let Sam Darnold go. They needed to clean up and add pieces to the defensive line, and adding Hargraves and Jonathan Allen. By the way, Jonathan Allen was a big part of the Washington Commanders defense last year. As a matter of fact, he was one of their best defensive players. And losing a guy like Jonathan Allen was, I think, a big question that I would have for Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn said throughout the season, without Jonathan Allen, this front 7 was not as good without him. I mean, with them than without him. So I think that obviously losing a Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargraves, we all know, I'll say this, overpaid, and now he's going to a team with a team that needs obviously a front 7 and add some pieces to the defensive line. And by the way, a defense that played very well last year with no front 7. They really didn't. Their secondary was sensational, and front 7 was but they played very well under one of the better, more productive defensive coordinators in all of the NFL. Daniel Jones, I'm not surprised the Colts made a move like this. Richardson is not the guy. He's not. And obviously he's going to be fighting and working to being the starter. I was talking to Mikey C before the show, and Mikey said that if Richardson's 100% healthy, he is going to have this job, because you cannot put another quarterback in front of him after you drafted him in the first round a couple of years ago. Here's the reason why Daniel Jones can win the job before the season even starts. 1, Daniel Jones really didn't have any weapons over there with the Giants. When he was traded, or when he was dropped by the Giants and he went over to the Vikings, he never got a chance to play. I think Daniel Jones, under this obviously coaching staff, with the Colts, with the weapons they have, they got a great running game in Taylor. They've got wide receivers that can catch the ball and go after the ball. I think that he will fit like a glove over here. And what do they like to do over there? They like guys like a Jalen Hurts. And what does Daniel Jones like to do? He likes to run and then throw. I think Daniel Jones will fit like a glove in this offense. So I think it was a great move by the Colts. And you got him on a cheap. $14 million for a year. If this team can sneak into the playoffs, you extend him, because I know, and everybody knows, Richardson isn't the guy. Then there's the Giants. They added a corner. I'm sorry, I said wide receiver. They added a corner a couple of days ago, one of the better corners, if healthy, in the NFL. And then he had a safety. Holland is one of the more interesting safeties that were available this offseason. One of the reasons why is the guy can't stay healthy. When healthy, Holland is a Pro Bowl player. He is really good. He can go after the ball. He's a ball hawk. You could put him at strong safety. You could put him at free safety. You could do a lot of things with Jevon Holland. But the question is he going to be able to stay healthy? That is the question. So the two moves that we are preaching that Joe Schoen has, made quality moves with, they're great players, but can they stay healthy? That is the question with the New York Giants. Obviously, the Chiefs restructuring Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones tells me one thing, ladies and gentlemen. They're going after a wide receiver. I don't think anybody would not believe that if Tyreek Hill becomes available, or even Cooper Kupp, which Jamie Lee reached out to me and says, where do you think Cooper Kupp is going? And I said, since he hasn't signed anywhere, it seems more than likely he's going to Kansas City. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cooper Kupp goes there and Tyreek Hill, if he becomes available, goes there. Because Cooper Kupp is not going to be demanding top dollar. What is he going to get? 14, 15 million? Tyreek is still owed about 30 million for the next year. So maybe Tyreek takes a little bit less to go back to Kansas City, and you get two for the price of one. You still have Travis Kelce over there. You have Xavier. What's his name again? I'm sorry.
Hollywood Brown. That just
Hollywood Brown, but not Hollywood Brown. The one that just got in trouble. The one who just
Worthy.
Worthy. I'm sorry, Worthy. Who we'll get into a little bit later, which I don't understand how he's not being suspended. Rice is coming back. So I think they're going to go all in this offseason. I think that's what Kansas City is going to do. They're going to make moves at the wide receiver position because they had a lack of it last season. So I think that these moves with Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones opens up possibilities to bring in maybe one or two wide receivers. And then the Ravens side's DeAndre Hopkins. I'm not surprised about this. Hopkins and Lamar Jackson are very close. They train in the offseason. I've heard stories about Lamar always wanting to play with DeAndre Hopkins. For $6 million, I don't know if it's a steal. I don't even think it means anything. I think the fact is Lamar wanted him there, and Hopkins got his wish. He got $6 million for a year. And if you get anything out of Hopkins, it's a slam dunk. So a lot of these moves, there's still a lot more to go. I expect more players to be moving. People are questioning where Cooper Kupp is going, guys. I'm telling you right now, there are going to be 3 teams logically going after him, and they're all Super Bowl contenders. Mm-hmm. All of them. Every single one of them. And don't be surprised if the Eagles are a team that might go after him too, because they have some money to scavenge up as well to go after Cooper Kupp to put him on the other side with obviously a guy that's not going to be there this coming year. So they need to add some wide receiving depth as well, because they're going to be losing Brown. So Brown is he's going to be a free agent. I think teams will be looking at a guy like Brown, but the only problem with A.J. Brown is you're going to be taking a lot of weight because of what he did during the season with the coaching staff and with some of the players, with Jalen Hurts, those stories coming out that they weren't getting along. So you're taking on baggage if you bring in A.J. Brown. But I think Cooper Kupp would be another nice consolation prize if A.J. Brown doesn't go back to the Eagles.
Yeah, we were mentioning on Monday's show too, and Jamie Lee was actually asking where the Cooper Kupp was going to go, and I told him the Bills or the Ravens is one of those teams, and now you have to throw the Chiefs in there too, because now they're clearing a lot of money.
I think the Chiefs make a lot of sense.
The Chiefs made a lot. I mentioned that at the trade deadline last year. Like, it's a good scheme fit for them, for a guy that is a big-bodied slot receiver, and they need guys with size too. Now they're trying it with DeAndre Hopkins. We'll see if it works. He didn't play well in Kansas City, so I'm trying to see where that fit's going to lie. I think one of those 3 teams should definitely be in on Cooper Kupp. Buffalo signing Josh Palmer. He's another Keon Coleman type. I don't really love it as much. I like the other 2 signings, bringing in Bosa, veteran defensive lineman, and bringing back.
You would say he's a number 2. Joshua Palmer's a number 2.
Barely a number 2, if anything. Like,
he's a number 2.
Yeah, I think he's a lot like Keon Coleman though. So I think they really still need more of that Cooper Kupp type wide receiver, because they need guys that can get.
Amari Cooper Cooper, why don't they bring him back?
Amari Cooper is a guy that I think I love the trade at the time. So the fact that they misused him the way they did really hurt them, especially in that AFC Championship game where he barely got targeted.
I have a feeling the Cowboys are going to bring Amari Cooper back.
It definitely is possible. I think there's a lot of options for the Cowboys at wide receiver. They badly need that kind of thing. As far as another NFC East team, we're talking about Washington. That's a slam dunk for getting Laramie Tunsil. You can move a rookie guy in Brandon Sharn, the way they played at the left tackle position last season, a 5th round pick that I think did very well. Andrew Wiley, who's kind of a liability.
The left side of their line was not very good last year.
And the other issue that I think that Washington's going to have is Sam Cosmi, who was their best offensive lineman, got hurt at the end of the year. So is he going to be unavailable? Mm-hmm. So that's going to help that out a lot. Washington's doing a great job this offseason so far. We talked about how the Bears are doing it. Washington's doing a very good job on that. And the Vikings, I think, did very well, too. They need to shore up that middle of that defensive line. I think that helps out a lot because you're right. They had good linebackers. They had decent corners.
Were you surprised that Allen was not signed by Washington?
I wasn't, because they drafted Jerzon Newton last year, and they still had Deron Payne. And he was almost traded last year. So I think if they
But Allen played so well in the second.
He's very good.
In the second half, I remember him as a 1st-round draft pick, came from Alabama. I watched him play. I was very surprised that they let him go. And I would have done a sign and trade and got something for him. He goes over there to Minnesota. Now, Minnesota quietly really cleaned up certain spots that they needed to, especially in their front seven. Their defense was really, really good last year, and they really had nothing in their front seven. Now they added 2 guys at one point were Pro Bowl players. Both of them, I think, both played in the Pro Bowl at least once.
Yep.
And Hargrave at one point, I think, was a second-team All-Pro player.
Yep.
So
end of his career with the Steelers. He was very good.
He was really good. So I think they really cleaned up on that side of the ball. The question is, why didn't they even make a run for Sam Darnold? If you really believe that McCarthy's your guy, you don't have a backup quarterback. Who's backing him up? We all know where Zach Wilson's going. He's going to the Dolphins. I have no idea what Mike McDaniel is thinking, but
he's got a Jets revenge game in him.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If anybody can clean him up, it's Mike McDaniel. You watch. This guy will be an elite quarterback in a couple of years with that guy, because he loves his ability. Remember, Mike McDaniel likes quarterbacks that can move inside and out of the pocket and throw on the run. What was Zach Wilson's best trait as a New York Jet? Throwing on the run and moving out of the pocket. So this is a slam dunk, but Tua is not going to stay healthy. So, I mean, you're going to see Zach Wilson one way or another, and if you're not, you're probably going to see him with the owner's wife. I don't know. Hanging out of the press box. I mean, Zach loves those older women.
He goes from mothers to grandmothers. Young.
The owner's wife is young, like 30 years younger than he is. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. So
it's like 30 years younger than him.
Yeah, I guess it's Miami. I guess that anything's possible with that ownership. But nevertheless, going back to the free agency, though, the big loser, I think, is Houston. I don't know what they're doing. And they're trading away 2 offensive line pieces. I know Kenyon Green was a bust as a 1st-round pick. I think we both knew it was a reach at the time. He was more of a second-round prospect. And I don't know what they're doing. There's not a lot of options available left in the free agency market. And that's why it's going to make it very hard for the Chiefs too. I know they're going to probably go all in on a wide receiver, but they badly need offensive line help too. But Houston really needs it badly.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
I like what the Giants have done with their 2 secondary pieces. They still need a lot more on offense, so they cannot be done yet. And the Colts, Daniel Jones will compete for that starting job. I don't know if he'll win it initially because Richardson knows the scheme, but if Richardson continues to have the teammate issues he had last year, that could definitely be a much better plan B than what they had in Indianapolis with a 40-year-old Joe Flacco.
But yeah, it was literally like as all things have kind of come out today, there were a lot of teams I felt like that got the things that they needed and picked up some pieces to the puzzle. I think there's a lot of intriguing and interesting names still out there and still trying to figure out what the fit is. And there's some that make sense. There may be some surprises. I mean, this is obviously a fun time of the year to speculate and everything. It's like, trade deadline for baseball, like who's going to go here and, what's the best fit and did they accomplish what they wanted to do for next season and fill the holes that they need. And it's just been, trying to catch up and on things that I've, been lacking on because it's,
there's really nothing to catch up on this. I mean, looking at all these teams, they're not even done. This is like the beginning stage of
and that's why I said, like, the cool thing, it's like they have one piece then it's like, okay, there's still some great names, and you're seeing moves. Obviously, like the Chiefs is a big move in how they decided to clear some
Open up
room to
money.
be able to do some stuff. So, and then Mahomes has done it already before, so that wasn't surprising. And I think, just seeing what certain teams have done and holes to fill. But yeah, you're right. There's a bunch of names still out there that a lot of things could happen. So it's a fun time of the year to be able to, just see who moves and shakes. And, it's crazy too now, just going through the guys that have signed, and, everything is like 3 or 4 years now. And it's interesting to see. And you've obviously seen some 1 years, but there's a lot of names out there that could be that get the same thing.
There's a lot of trade pieces out there.
Right.
Micah Parsons is going to be available. I don't know if anybody understands that, but I don't believe that the Cowboys are going to give him $40 million. After Myles Garrett just got $40 million, Micah Parsons is licking his lips right now because he's probably saying, okay, Myles Garrett got $40 million. I'm younger than him. I still am putting up big numbers. I want that. And then there's no way the Cowboys are going to be able to do that after giving CeeDee Lamb the money that they gave him and then giving Dak Prescott almost $60 million. So there's no way they're going to be able to re-sign Micah Parsons. So if I were the Cowboys right now, being that the draft is a month and a half away, I would do everything I possibly can while teams are looking for a pass rusher. Say, okay, you know what? I want top dollar for this guy. I want 2 first-round draft picks, and if I can't get 2, I want to get 1 and 2 second-round draft picks and maybe a 4th to land a Micah Parsons. And there are teams willing to do that. One of those teams, Miami. I could see Miami going all in on Micah Parsons. They need pass rushing help. He's a big name. Pittsburgh's another team, but Pittsburgh already just gave up a 2nd and a 4 to bring in DK Metcalf. I don't think they have enough. And we have never seen Pittsburgh do this before, where they say, you know what, we're giving up a 2nd and a 4th round pick for a guy that, by the way, isn't worth $150 million, and he wasn't part of my organization. They never bring in free agent wide receivers in the prime of their careers. When was the last one they did that? When was the last time they did that? Not any time when Tomlin's been there.
Brown, probably.
He was. What are you talking about? Antonio Brown was there.
He was there.
I'm talking about bringing in a free agent in the prime of his career on another team.
Oh, no. Never.
Tell me the last time you remember in the Tomlin era, and he's been there a long friggin' time. Can you tell me anybody else that you can remember where the Pittsburgh Steelers did something like that? The answer, none. I looked it up, Fish. You don't even have to look. It has not happened in the Tomlin era.
By the way,
they're reaching, baby. They're reaching.
Thomas in the comment section.
Queen.
Not going to Miami. They need a lot more than wide receiving help. Keith says the Cowboys will play him. Yeah, good luck with that. They're going to have to restructure a lot of contracts with Dak's $89 million cap hit. They already tried to restructure that as it was.
That's the secret right now, is where Micah Parsons is going to go. There's no way the Cowboys could afford it.
And I was going to mention,
there's no way.
Your rumor, are you proposing a blockbuster Tyreek Hill and something else for Micah Parsons trade?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. First of all, I think Tyreek Hill, if he does become available, which I believe he will in the next couple of weeks after all these wide receivers are off the board, including Cooper Kupp, I do believe Tyreek Hill will be available. And the only team that I could see making a move and giving up a second, because that's what they're probably going to ask for, is the Kansas City Chiefs. And they've made room, if they want Tyreek Hill, that they can bring Tyreek Hill in, especially.
What do you think too? Like, how much of like some of these trade things? How much do you think getting, like, I guess I would refer it to like draft pick compensation, and how much do you think that plays a part in acquiring, obviously in a trade in football? I kind of know, how it works like in baseball, but I'd like your opinion on just like how important that is of giving up, how many picks and where it sets in the standard of how they do it.
Right. So where is Micah Parsons ranked as a pass rusher right now in the last 3 years? He was an elite pass rusher. Now this past year, he didn't have one of his best years because of injuries, but when healthy, he is an elite pass rusher. I remember 2 years ago when the ESPN had it on who the best pass rushers in the league, and they had Micah Parsons at number 2. And now after the last past year and a half, he's moved probably to 5 or maybe even 4, depending on what you like and what you're looking for. I think he's a little undersized, but here's the thing: what Micah Parsons does better than everybody. You can move him anywhere on that line. You can move him at the linebacker. You can move him at middle linebacker, outside linebacker. You can move him at defensive end. You can even move him inside if you really want him to. I mean, he can do everything. That's the difference between him. So what is he worth? Well, he's 26 years old and he's really young. He's going to be demanding a lot of money, so you're going to have to pay him after you trade for him. So that would be the only problem I think the Cowboys are going to have to get 2 first-round draft picks because he's not under contract. So I think a 1 and 2 2s, and maybe a 4th or a 5th would get the deal done for a Micah Parsons because you're going to have to pay him. So that's where I think Micah Parsons, what you're going to get for a Micah Parsons. The Cowboys are probably going to say, we want 2 firsts. There is no way anybody's going to bite on that. No way. And now, if Micah Parsons had 18 sacks this past year, he's worth 2 first-round draft picks. But he didn't. And teams are starting to figure him out. They understand, double team him and let everybody else beat us. And that's why Lawrence is no longer part of the organization and the team. He goes to Seattle today. Why? Because they realize Lawrence is a washed-up, overpaid defensive lineman. So that's where I think the Cowboys are looking. They're going to have to restructure their defense. And honestly, if I were the Cowboys now, everybody keeps saying go after a running back in the first round. If Ashton Genty's there, I wouldn't. I'd go after the best pass rushers in the first 2 rounds, trade Micah Parsons, get what you can for him, and then in the 3rd or 4th round, because this is very running back heavy draft, you go after running back, I'm not saying Ashton Genty's going to be great, but you can.
They're Dallas, though. That's what they do, Errol. You know this. They like the shiny toys.
They're
They
stupid.
just let Rico Dowdle go to Carolina to be a backup over there. For I think he got some like $5 million or something. I didn't see the exact details, but what you expect. He had a decent season for them. All things considered, how bad they were. They finally allowed DeMarcus Lawrence to leave after 2 years after he wasn't good anymore. He's now going to Seattle. I'm very curious about Seattle and what they're doing. I'm not a huge fan of that signing. I don't think that signing has really any kind of Speedy. We got to go with this one, okay? And what we have that kind of a signing, it's not good for a long-term team. Are they rebuilding, or are they just adding expensive veterans trying to hit a salary cap floor? They got Darnold. I don't know what they expect out of him next year. They're surrounding him with absolutely nothing. Is JSN going to be?
They're going to draft a wide receiver. Yes.
They're going to have to draft a lot. They're a lot of trouble.
First of all, Njigba really became their number 1. He's became their number 1.
A lot of targets next year.
And that's why if you're a fantasy guy, you go after Njigba. If you're drafting in the first 3 rounds and you're looking for a wide receiver, a steal, if you're playing in a 12-round or a 12-team fantasy draft, or even a 14-team and a fantasy draft, he might even fall because people forget about him. Njigba is a perfect pick because he's going to get at least 100 catches. He's going to see the ball a lot. And they are going to bring in a rookie guy. They're going to bring somebody in the draft, maybe even 2. But I think Njigba is no doubt going to have a lot of looks and a lot of touches. And I think Sam Darnold's in a very, very good position right now. They got a great offensive line that could protect him, give him time to throw the ball. They just need to add some weapons. Maybe Amari Cooper over there. Maybe you put Amari Cooper on the other side with Njigba. I think that would fit. You put a veteran guy with a Sam Darnold. That could work. Sam's going to be fine. I think he's very well. McDonald's is a really good coach. I think their defense is going to be really good next year. And they have they have one of the more underrated offensive lines in all of football. So,
yeah. So that they have talent. I like Cross is a good tackle for him. He's been somebody since he's joined the league. He's been a really good player. They have a number of weaknesses though across that roster, and they just have a really good coach. So are they trying to be 500? We know that's not a great look for teams' long-term success. It's much better to bottom out and get a couple of high picks. And I feel like they're taking this middle road that doesn't allow you to do that. On the other hand, Dallas, I just assume they're going to do the wrong thing. I'm excited about them doing the wrong thing. I can't wait for it to happen during the draft for them to do the wrong thing. It's going to be one of my favorite things of the night. And then I'm here looking on the other side of everything at my Giants, thinking about what are they going to do at quarterback. There are 3 big names available left: Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and most people think Kirk Cousins is available via trade because why
they're
wouldn't he?
drafting Cam.
No, well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if you draft Cam Ward. He ain't playing. He's not ready. It doesn't matter if he's the number 1 pick. They are not putting him out there.
Do you realize who your GM is? Do you realize? I beg to differ.
Everyone's saying that no matter if they take Cam Ward or not, they're still going to get one of these elder statesman quarterbacks to shepherd him, like the Giants did years ago with Eli when he was a rookie with Kurt Warner. And then late season, mid-season, Warner couldn't stay healthy with the hand. He had a lot of turnovers because he couldn't grip the ball. Eventually switched to the glove, and he was fine after that. But that's why he left. He was a turnover machine.
If you bring Aaron Rodgers in, you're not going to, talk him into, hey, you know what? After week 6, week 7, you're coming out. There's no way. You might as well go after Russell Wilson. That's never going to work with Aaron Rodgers.
I actually would rather it be Russell Wilson for that reason, number 1. Number 2, I just don't want to deal with the headache that Rodgers brings and the obvious lack of a future. Russell Wilson is still going to play a few more years. And if you can't find the right quarterback, it's nice to have that guy on the roster. You're not going to have to pay him elite money right now. He's going to get like 30 a year. I don't think that's going to be below Darnold money. That's if you can get away with paying him that draft. Say you don't even have to trade up to 1. Say you get Cam Ward at 3. Then the pressure's not really on you to play him right away. That would be the best case scenario. In fact, I just saw over here Russell Wilson's visiting the Giants on Friday, visiting the Browns tomorrow. Who knows what the Browns are going to do? That's really a mystery. They gave Garrett that money. We talked about it on Monday.
They're drafting Travis Hunter. They're going to draft.
It does feel like the team for him, right?
No doubt, they're drafting Travis Hunter. You can book that. Anybody want to bet? If you guys are a betting man or woman out there, bet Travis Hunter is going to the Browns. You could book it. I'm telling you right now, that's where he's going. There's no way the Browns go anywhere else but Travis Hunter because they can use him multiple ways. They can move him at the wide receiver position, and they can play him at corner, which they need desperately on the other side. So they're gonna go with Travis Hunter. They're gonna go the best guy available, even though I think he's an idiot. He's gonna go over there and go to an organization that he fits perfectly with. An organization that likes to jerk and have a little circle jerk motion. So
they got Kenny Pickett now, so I guess everything's fine with Kenny Pickett.
Well, he'll be jerking them off. Yeah, exactly.
What's up, Owen?
You can't say there's no pressure to play these young guys because you look at like Atlanta last year. There's a lot of pressure right away to play Penix. He came in late, but he needed to play. J.J. McCarthy, they were saying he was going to start first game of the season last year over Sam Darnold until he got hurt. All the young guys that are drafting, all these quarterbacks, they're thinking are going to be C.J. Stroud or, the Washington quarterback. Like they all think they're going to come – Jane Daniels, they all think they're going to be that guy, and they need to see it. So that way they can either bail, like the 49ers played Trey Lance. They're like, this guy sucks. Let's bail on him and draft and get draft capital. So there is pressure for the Giants to play their young guy. There's pressure to play a Sanders or a Ward. Same with the Titans. If the Titans draft Ward, he'll start day 1. You know why? Because they want to see what they have. They want to see 10 games down the season. Is this guy getting better or is he just not good?
Well, I think the point is if you're the Titans, you do play Ward because you have Levis as the other option. What I'm saying is if they get a Cousins, a Rodgers, Russell Wilson, an established guy in the league that you can sit behind and learn from, that would be a better situation. We've seen it with Patrick Mahomes sitting behind Alex Smith. We've seen this happen before with guys that weren't fully ready,
But you just saw Kirk Cousins just lose his job and get pissed, and now he's looking for a different job.
That's because Atlanta's crazy.
Russell Wilson's going to do the same thing, and Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a mentor to anybody. He's already came out on the McAfee.
That's why he's not going to
show and said that.
He's not going to the Giants.
So the Giants, whoever they draft, whether Ward, I still think it's Sanders, they're going to have pressure to play him right away.
I know
And
Sanders
they're gonna
drafted
stick up with it.
rounds. They traded to the first round to steal it from the Steelers.
The Tennessee thing really is interesting. The reason why is I think Kirk Cousins fits like a glove over there. I really do think he fits like a glove because one, a lot of different family members are from the Tennessee area, and I know he hangs out over there in the off season. So why wouldn't he go over there to Tennessee? And two, he'd be the number one quarterback by far over there, especially if they're looking to go after a pass rusher at one, which we all believe that they are. And I don't care what they say, what anybody says, they're not going after the Penn State kid. They're going after the Penn State kid. Anybody in the right mind would believe that this guy is the number one pick in all of the draft, and you're not going to just pass up on him because, hey, you know what? We're going to take a guess and think that Cam Ward is a future star quarterback. I think he is. And everything that I've got to know about him at the Heisman dinner and having a conversation with him, I think he is going to be an elite quarterback. It's going to take him a little while. And I believe, Keith, I agree with you. I think he's by far the best quarterback, and he's probably the best quarterback ready in this draft. I think he's definitely quarterback ready when it comes to NFL ready, as far as I'm concerned, from Shador and Quentin Ewers, any one of those guys. I think he is NFL ready, but there's a lot of questions with all these guys, and you don't know what these guys are going to be. We could guess right now. Me and Joba could sit here and spin the wheel. Let's just flip up a coin and guess. We don't know what these guys are going to turn out to be. Some of these guys, I mean, look, Brock Purdy was the last pick in the 7th round, and as much as Owen can't stand him, this guy's going to make $60 million. So, I mean, Brock Purdy. Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
They're clearing the cap space, Owen. Be ready.
I'm telling you right now, he's signing with the 49ers. There's no question.
They already said they're not going past 45.
Well, that's fine. They're still signing him. And he's definitely going there. And there's no way Brock Purdy's going to leave there.
He's getting at least 50.
He's getting a lot of money.
50.
He's getting a lot of money. And if you look at his numbers, as much as you can't stand the guy is still a top 10 quarterback. And you don't let one of those guys go because you don't like him, Owen. I know you don't like him, but you're going to be wearing a dress.
He's not a
You're going to be wearing a dress.
He lost to Geno Smith twice last year. And Kyler Murray.
What?
So that's a top 10 quarterback? No, you don't lose to the crap team.
First of all, and I can't stand the 49ers. Brock Purdy he lost a lot of weapons early in the season.
So does
Ayuk.
Josh Allen.
He lost a lot of
Ayuk. They're trading Ayuk.
Yeah, who cares? Who's going to take that contract?
That. Now you're playing all.
Who's going to take that contract?
Receiver and Jawan Jennings.
A lot of people.
He just tore his ACL. You're going to bet that he could still run the same routes before that, like he did before that?
I said the Browns are looking at it. The Browns.
There's a little bit of an echo, Nick. That's why I'm kind of muting you right now because there's an echo when we're talking. But I will say this. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
For what I was going to say is back to like the first pick in Cam Ward. Mm-hmm. Yes, it would make sense to draft the kid out of Penn State. He's probably the best overall graded player. But you got Brian Callahan, and with the turnover rates of coaches in the NFL right now, he's going to draft somebody that he thinks is a difference maker, and that is Cam Ward. He's not going to take a defensive guy.
You want to bet? You want to bet on that too? Because I'm already
got to bet on the draft.
Yeah, but you're going to lose, so you might as well bet on another one. You're going to lose on that one.
We should do a top 10.
Dude, we lost the Steph Curry one. I never asked you for that. You're going to lose on this one, and you're definitely wearing a dress and you're wearing a wig. There's no doubt in my mind you're going with that one, baby. There's no way you're wearing that.
We're all going to have to come up with our top 10 draft order and see who's
We're good at that. I mean, Jeff actually been home runs on the draft over the last 2 years. Jeff, we'll get Jeff on. He's really, really good when it comes to finding draft picks and kind of giving him grades. I have to give him credit, even though I think he's out of his friggin' mind. He knows college football. And he's been dead right. But I want to get into some baseball. There's a lot to get into. The National League West projected win totals were released today, with the Dodgers projected to be finish at number 1, followed by the Diamondbacks, Padres, Giants, and Rockies. The Rockies' projected win total is 59.5 after losing top pitcher Cal Quantrill and a long-time outfielder Charlie Blackmon. The Giants projected to win a total of 79.5 after signing Justin Verlander in free agency and giving All-Star shortstop Willie Adams? Adames. I always mess up his name. A 7-year deal. The Padres projected to win a total of 85.5. I think that's up, if you would ask me, after not doing much in free agency outside of signing veteran Nick Pivetta and Yuli Gurriel. However, they did not trade a lot of their key players that were in trade rumors, such as Luis Aria, how do you spell it? Araya Speedy, and Dylan Cease. The Diamondbacks projected to win a total of 86.6. A team that also traded for Josh Naylor from the Guardians after losing Christian Walker. By the way, went to the Houston Astros, and also signed Corbin Burns to a 6-year, $210 million deal. The Dodgers projected to win a total of 104.5 after a huge spending spree of deferred money in the offseason, including Blake Snell, Tanner Scott, Kirby Yates, and Roki Sasaki. By the way, the Dodgers are going to be, on paper, the best team in Major League history. I mean, if you look from top to bottom, their roster, all the way from Friedman and obviously what they have on that roster right now, and then adding two of the top relief pitchers in baseball, one of the best projected starters in all of baseball, and then Roki Sasaki, where he was like everybody's like number one target in the offseason. I mean, obviously everybody's going to put the Dodgers on the top. And it's interesting because the Dodgers win a World Series last year. Ohtani didn't even pitch last year. Now he's going to be a part of the rotation. And again, Glasnow was up and down last year because he couldn't stay on the mound. If Glasnow stays healthy with Snell and Ohtani and all the pitchers that they have on this roster, it wouldn't even be fair if you look at the roster and how it's projected to be. So the Dodgers, by far, on paper, and anybody on this panel will probably tell you, they're going to be the best team in baseball. But that doesn't mean anything because we've argued this many, many times. I've talked to Nick about this. I've talked to Joba off the air about this. As good on paper as the Dodgers are, the Yankees for years were always the best team on paper. Roster's ridiculous. When George Steinbrenner was alive, they didn't win in the early 2000s until 2009. From 2001 to 2009, they only won one championship. And if you look at the rosters, how many times did the Yankees go to the World Series? They went, I think, 3 times out of those years and then came up short. Once against Arizona, once against the Marlins. I mean, you could go up and down on what the Yankees have done in the past, and you look at the rosters, they were ridiculous. So to look at the Dodgers roster, you probably say, there's no way this team loses. But again, they're in a division with the Padres, even though a lot of people think the Padres are going to trade away pieces. I think the Padres are going to ride it and see what they are as a roster. Now, they have a pitching staff where King, I think, is going to really break out this year. He did sign an extension after being traded from the Yankees about a year ago. I think King might be a trade piece if they don't win as many games as a lot of people think. I think they're going to win in the first half before the trade deadline. But I like the Padres. I think the Padres could play a big part in this division and give, I believe, the Dodgers the most problems because the Dodgers were not in first place all season long last year. The first half, it was the Padres. The Padres were the best team in that division. And now, after that, the second half, the Dodgers got better. They started hitting, and they started getting the pitching that they needed, especially in their bullpen. And they started finding ways to win games with obviously with their lineup. But the Padres, I think, are the second best team with the roster that they have. And Gurriel is obviously an addition, a veteran player who has actually won before. So they're adding pieces and players that actually know how to win, but that doesn't mean anything. As far as the Giants are concerned, I think the Giants are a rebuilding team. I like what they're doing right now. Buster Posey I think is going to be a fantastic GM. I really do. I think he's going to be a good executive. He's a catcher. I was very surprised that he wanted a GM position. I would have loved to see Buster Posey as a manager. And maybe one day we will, because I think he'd be a great manager. But I think he's going to structure this team around pitching. This is what this team has always done, built around pitching. Whenever the Giants were good, they had some of the best pitching staffs we've seen in baseball. I think that's what Buster's going to do, and then put around, good offensive players and start to build around their farm system. I think that's what the Giants are going to do. I don't think they're going to be very good this year. I think their projected totals are kind of right here. I think they're probably an 80, maybe in a good season, 81, 82 wins. But I think they're late, 79, 78 wins this year. The Rockies suck. I don't know what the Rockies are doing.
They don't either.
I don't know what the Rockies are doing. All right. They're getting rid of Charlie Blackmon, who's been the face of their organization for years. They did it. They gave away their shortstop to the Red Sox a couple of years ago. They just Trevor Stories. They're an organization that doesn't keep players, and then they think they build it in their farm system. But tell me some of the farmhands that they have called up over the last couple of years that are stars. I mean, their shortstop, I hear, is a pretty good player, but we'll see how he develops. They've had problems developing players over the last couple of years. And by the way, tell me the last pitcher they developed in the last 10 years. I don't even remember
the one year
of
of Kyle Freeland in 2018. That was.
I mean, they have no pitching prospects in their farm system. I don't know why anybody would think. And the Diamondbacks, I love the Diamondbacks. I love the Diamondbacks. I love their youth. I love their manager. I love what the executives are doing. I love what they're doing. I still think the Padres and the Dodgers are the two teams that really stand out in this division, but I wouldn't even be surprised. They went to a World Series 2 years ago against the Texas Rangers. So who's to say with Arizona? And by the way, their pitching staff's really good. They added Burns. I mean, this is a good young pitching staff. I think top heavy, but still a good pitching staff and a great bullpen. So the Diamondbacks could surprise everybody and win this division. By the way, if there's anybody that surprise people with their win total to loss ratio, it's the Diamondbacks. I think they're projected a little bit lower than I think they're going to. I think they're going to be higher. I think they're a higher win total. I think they have between 86 and 88 wins this year, the Diamondbacks. So I think they can.
Well, last year, you got to remember last year, too, they scored the most runs in all of baseball in both divisions.
And they got really unlucky with pitching injuries last year, which affected them. Probably besides the Braves, they had the second worst injury luck in all of baseball. And I even said last year as a Mets fan, like they got lucky because for that reason, because the Mets, remember, squeaked into the playoffs right over Arizona.
It's interesting.
The sophomore slump is a real thing. We've talked about it in the past. And there was a guy that had an epic sophomore slump for a little bit over half of the season last year on Arizona. And his name is Corbin Carroll. And then Corbin Carroll woke up. And he was his dominant self. This guy, he's a shorter guy. He's unassuming looking. But I'll tell you what, this is the next star player. He is, if you're trying to get a long shot on MVP, that's the guy I'm betting on for a long shot on MVP because he has the tools, a 5-tool player, as they say, to be able to do it. And I really like the Diamondbacks. And I'm seeing their win total expectation be around 86. And I think they're going to be around 90, and that would make them the wild card out of one of the wild cards. Padres are teetering on collapse.
I disagree.
Think about what they've done the last couple of years. Don't even look at
their roster is good. Their roster.
Don't even look at the roster. Think about how much money they spent going all in the last couple of years, and how they had to let Soto go. How they had to, but they got King, but they're talking about letting King go.
Soto go. Soto didn't want to be there.
It doesn't matter. That's the point. They swung big and gave up a lot of, stuff for him. And then they did it again. And then now they're left with Machado and Tatis. That's what they had a while ago. And it wasn't enough then. So what are they now? Is Cease going to be enough to put them over the top? Can Michael King go more than 5-6 innings a start? Is his arm going to hold up?
Michael King wasn't healthy last year, but I think he will.
But he's never shown that he can do it because he's been a guy who's hurt. He looks great when he's out there, but that's a guy that they're depending on.
Go back to the Yankees. I love for him to go back to the Yankees.
Well, right now, we'd take anybody at this point. The way things are
going,
but
that's not going to happen. I like the Padres. I don't know why you hate them so much.
I just think that it's one of those teams where I wouldn't be surprised if they had 88 wins, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they had 74 wins because I really think they're in a real precarious spot. If they have
74
some,
wins?
Is that because
Look,
of the
with this
team culture
roster?
issue
Get
that
outta
we've had
here.
I
there a
think
few
they're going to
years?
sell everybody.
No way.
If they
would
have
have
suffer
no way.
injuries
They're not.
and they're at the deadline, if they are in third place behind Arizona and Los Angeles, mark my words, they're selling everything.
All three of
not
these teams
sticking
can
down.
make the playoffs. As a matter of fact, as much as everybody thinks that National League has all these powerhouse teams,
Well, we'll talk about the East.
I really think that this division you can have 3 teams come out of this division. This is a really good division, and I like the Padres. They have a tremendous amount of talent. I don't know
you're
why
gonna have
you
3 teams come out of here, 3 teams come out of the East.
Why not?
And
Right, but there's no guarantees with them either. The Braves are not going to get healthy. A lot of
The
their
Braves,
stars.
Philadelphia. I mean,
the Braves, Philadelphia, the Mets, and
the Mets have no pitching. They have
They had no pitching last year either, and Jose Quintana carried them.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Are we going back to last year where they got lucky? I mean, everything fell into place for them. This is not the same team. Soto's going to regret going over there. I'm telling you right now.
I agree.
He
will
going
regret it.
to regret it after coming out and saying to the press that he picked the right New York team to go to, and the wrong New York team didn't really pitch enough to him, which was a ridiculous statement when he said that. By the way, but Soto's wrong, and Soto's going to regret what he did. I'm telling you right now, he's going to be Carlos Beltran-esque. He's going to put up great numbers. It's not going to matter.
So there's really no reason to talk about the Rockies other than I wanted to bring
the baseball minds in. Let's bring the baseball minds in.
As soon as he's back. You ready, Goody? Awesome. So just quickly, Joba, you said you're friendly with Nolan Arenado. In my opinion, one of the worst things any franchise has done in the last 10 years is the Rockies just said, "Oh yeah, we don't want you anymore," when he still was definitely a good player.
And then 2 years later, they pay Chris Bryant.
and who's washed up is their DH right now because they can't get off the contract. You tell me, what does that do to you if you're on a franchise that just lets their guy go with no hope? I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you look at all the talent that they've brought in and had in Nolan and Tulo and Cargo and Trevor Story. They've had some dudes, they have, and they just really haven't shown. And like Speedy said, the 1 year that Kyle Freeland had, and they haven't had anything. And it's tough, obviously, to get guys to go there. And I just think getting rid of a guy like that who obviously could have restructured a deal, and he wasn't going to he's not the type of person that's going to take the most money and go. And he liked it there. I mean, he built everything up there. And it's just tough when you see what they're doing because you really don't know what they're doing. Is there any rhyme or reason to any of this? And then Chris Bryant plays about 60 games a year. He spends more time in AAA rehabbing than he has in the big leagues. And you do that, and it's the same thing they did with Mike Hampton when they signed him to that big deal. And they're like, oh, sweet, yeah, he hit a few homers when they were hitting back in the day. But yeah, I think it's just different.
Yeah,
I think it's different. Right.
Humidor.
Yeah.
If I was a player on the team, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Goody, what about you? You ever play on a team where they just traded away the best player for nothing or just let him walk and then you guys were just like, what the hell?
I mean, Cleveland did that with Carrasco and Lindor not too long ago. So to me, Frankie is the face of your franchise. He's been there. He's homegrown talent. He's somebody you want to keep there. The fans love him. He's adored by Cleveland. And you go and trade him. Obviously, they tried working a deal out. Nothing came to fruition. But I don't care how much money Frankie Lindor costs. You pay that guy. He's the face of your franchise. Like I said, I mean, he's who everybody in Cleveland wanted to be. And now it's shifted to Jose Ramirez, who is also homegrown. He's also really obviously could be a first ballot Hall of Famer if he continues the pace he's at. But
most underrated Goody, by the way, most underrated player in baseball.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm happy for Lindor and everything that happened, but I wasn't even on Cleveland when this went down. But to me, it hurt because I'm like, dude, this is a guy that people are live and die with Lindor, like in Cleveland, and then you trade him to New York, and you got, I think, Eddie Rosario, or not Eddie Rosario, you got
Ahmed Rosario.
yeah, Ahmed Rosario, and a couple other people, and you also gave away Carlos Carrasco. And it's like Cookie Carrasco is a heart and soul of the pitching staff. I mean, the guy came back from leukemia and dealt, and it's like, these are not only feel good stories, but they're also really good baseball players, and like those are pieces that you want to build and continue building around. Frankie was a veteran presence the moment he stepped into that locker room. Same, and Carrasco is another one. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I wasn't on the team when that happened, but I still feel, especially as a fan base, talking to some of the fan bases, they felt like let down because of that. And it sucks. It definitely sucks. And it's like, but that's the way the game's going right now. So guys are going where the money's at, and they want to get back if they knew they weren't going to sign him. I mean, good for them for dishing those two top tier talents out to get as much prospects as they could in return.
That's what I'm bothered by, because Nolan, like you said, Fish, Nolan Arenado was the best third baseman in baseball, best hitting third baseman, best defensive third baseman in all of baseball. And it doesn't make any sense where they decided to move him. He goes to St. Louis, and then they bring in another guy who, I'm not saying he was an MVP. I mean, obviously he was a good player with the Cubs for 1 year. And then the guy was a strikeout king, and the guy could never get over the hump, couldn't stay healthy. And then they give him $100 million or $180 million like they did. It made no sense. You keep your players. You want your stars to stay there. The Yankees for years did that with all their players. Derek Jeter, Bernie Williams, none of those guys, Mariano Rivera, never, Jorge Posada, none of those players, none of their core players, but Andy Pettitte was the only one, and he only did that for 2 years, and he came back to New York. So all those core players that the Yankees built their star super teams in the 90s, they all stayed with one franchise. And when you have a player like Nolan Arenado, he is absolutely a Hall of Famer. There's no question that he is. When you decide, hey, you know what? We don't need you anymore, like you said, Fish, and say, sayonara, we'll send you to St. Louis and play with Paul Goldschmidt, arguably the best first baseman in baseball, and try to help them win championships. It makes no sense. And again, the Mets have been an organization, going back to the Mets and even Cleveland, two organizations that can't hold on to stars, can't hold on to players, and then when they want to dig deep into their pockets, they bring in players that play well in other teams and other organizations, and then they come to the Mets and choke. That's what they do. That is what the Mets organization is. They bring in choke artists. Lindor's worked for them. I agree with you, Goody. He's worked for him. But is Soto going to work for him? Soto, he said a lot at that press conference. Said a lot. And he didn't want to throw anybody. And then I don't know if anybody saw the video that was on TikTok. He went out partying after he signed that contract, and he played the DJ played the Yankee song that he came out to, the batting Yankee song, and he went crazy with his friends. He says, I'm a Met, and all the Yankee fans started to boo him at the club. So I mean, he didn't really make himself very likable in New York after going from the Bronx to over there to Queens. So, I mean, he's going to have a lot of pressure on him. And again, when you play the Yankees are going to try to stuff it down his throat. Especially
they're gonna try and do more than that. That's for sure.
100%.
He's gonna play so much better now for the Mets because his family's taken care of during the game so much better.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm sorry. That's why he had to go over to the Mets, because the Steinbrenners, they're just not family people. No. They just must not know how to handle superstar players. They have no experience.
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
I couldn't believe that crap when I heard it. You know, I agree, Errol. I think he's going to rue the day that he did this. You don't want to be the guy with all the money and no hardware.
How do you leave Yankee Stadium? You had your best numbers in your career at Yankee Stadium. How do you leave, jump ship, and go to a stadium that is a bigger ballpark, hard to hit home runs, where you know you're not going to put up the numbers you were putting up in Yankee Stadium? There's no way. He could have went down as one of the greatest Yankees, if not the greatest Yankee, if he continued that surge. And now he's going to the Mets, where he's got a lot First of all, he's not the best in the Mets fans' minds. He's not the best player on that team. It's Lindor. And who's their favorite player? Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso is still Met fans' favorite player. So it's going to take a lot for him to be drawn to the Met fans. And everybody says his jersey's going to.
I don't know if Pete Alonso's Met
Pete Alonso's
favorite player. Speedy,
he's
your
a very
favorite player?
popular player. He's a very popular player.
More than Lindor, though.
For Mets
I don't
fans,
know.
yeah, I would say there's similar levels of popularity.
He's
I don't know,
very popular.
I don't know about more, but I don't think it's
That
far
tells
off.
you everything you need to know about.
Dude,
Mets
he
fans.
came
That's
out
a
here to
whole
Long
nother story.
Island. He came out to Long Island, the Miller's Ale House. He surprised everybody. He was sitting with his girlfriend, going to a
Oh,
wedding.
I bet he's an awesome time.
The Yankee fans were piling up wanting to jump his bones, okay? They love him. They love him. Who gets away? Takes his social medias and throw him to the curb because he wants to be the ultimate team player? How many players do you know do that? And Joba came out and said, Derek Jeter never wants to be on social media. And then he gets his social media. He's got like over 100 million people following him. So, I mean, Pete Alonso still hasn't brought his social medias back. That says a lot about who he is as a player and what he believes in. He wants to be a team player. I'm telling you right now, if you get a bunch of Met fans right now and you ask them, 10 Met fans, who's your favorite Met player? I would say at least 6 or 7 of them will tell you Pete Alonso. 6 or 7 of them will tell you Pete Alonso. And I'm pretty positive about it. Let's do a survey. And ask the fans who their favorite Met is right now. And I'm pretty sure the majority of them will tell you Pete Alonso. Just saying.
He was hitting like 120 and with runners in scoring position for most of the season last year. I don't think he was anyone's favorite
doesn't
player.
matter. When what Pete Alonso does off the field is more than any Met player does. He goes to autograph signings. He shows up to those different things that the Mets host. He's always there. He's always the first one there, and he's the last one to sign autographs. So that's why Mets
it's interesting you say that, because that's the thing that Goody was just talking about. It's he had to run and be right back, but
yes,
it's one of those things. Yeah, these are the guys you want to keep on your team. They might not be the best player. They're good players. Are they deficient in some ways? Sure they are. Like when I was a younger, I loved Paul O'Neill when I was a kid.
Who didn't?
My favorite player.
Sure,
High batting average. Like some power, not a ton of power, but he hit 20 home runs every year, around 20 and 20, 25, somewhere in between that. And you just love watching him play. But was he, and he had a strong arm, but wasn't the fastest guy, wasn't the most athletic guy, wasn't the best base runner. But you just love that guy. You love the at-bats he had. I love to try to mimic his, how he warmed up with his stance. And I was a righty, but I would do that same thing where he'd point the bat and then wind it back up and point the bat. And you just love guys like that because they stayed on your team the whole time. And if you love Pete Alonso, if you had that experience like I had with Paul O'Neill, then I completely understand.
Derek Jeter. I didn't like Derek Jeter. I've been a Yankee fan my whole life. I never liked Derek Jeter.
When I was younger, I didn't like Derek Jeter because all the girls liked Derek Jeter. And
that's how I didn't like him.
O'Neill.
And I'm not going to – I know Derek Jeter's a special player in Yankee history, and I'm not going to say he's not. To me, he was one of the most overrated Yankees of all time. And that's my opinion. He is. I'm just speaking. Dude, he would have never put up those numbers if he didn't play with all the great players that he played with. He would have never. I said this, and that doesn't take away his success. He is a successful, great ball player. And I'm not saying that he wasn't. And Barry, if you're listening, I want to hear your crap, okay? Because I've told you. If you would ask me right now who the better player was, him or Alex Rodriguez, I would take Alex Rodriguez any time over Derek Jeter. Anytime.
Well, let me throw something to Java because I think there's an interesting dynamic here. Like I think Derek Jeter is one of those players that made people around him better and improve the quality.
Go to that, and we have another take. But.
Yep. Well, improve the level of play of the guys around him, made them better. Not just a guy who put up stats, but someone that really made the team better. And it's hard to see that in baseball as much as you can. Like basketball, it's obvious when guys have a lot of assists. Like a guy like Jokic. Who we'll talk about later tonight. Football, obviously, quarterback, you can see people, they make people better. But do you feel that way, having a chance to play with him, that he made guys around him better? And if he's not the guy that comes to your mind, are there other guys that come to your mind that just made people better that you wouldn't even realize how great they were? Because it wasn't just their stats. It was how they made people on their team play.
I think there's two things I kind of want to touch on, honestly, and Goody kind of brought it up too, and all of you have kind of hinted around it or talked to in some context of it. You're not seeing a lot of these guys that are homegrown stay just because of the money has changed. You think about the last person that's literally been with the team, and the Braves obviously got these young guys signed early. Obviously Jose Ramirez being a farm guy, and then, but the fact that we can name most of these guys, it doesn't happen anymore. And I think too with Derek, I think he was just so good, and I had a few teammates that were like this, where he knew the right place and the right time to come get you. And there's different leaders to teams and being successful. And I've talked about this before, but there's quiet leaders, there's the leaders that lead by example, and then there's ones that are in your face and will tell you. And Derek would be at times, he'd be like, hey, you know what? He'd just come and put his arm around you and have those things. So he did it quietly, and he handled himself in ways that obviously people see, and how he did it for so many years. Yeah, he obviously, when he first came up, wasn't in the social media area, so there's some things that
I love
probably
when you told me that story. I love it. because he's
and
so
so it's nuts. And CC comes to mind too, when he got over, and I got to know C a little bit before, um and just how he embedded the family aspect of it, and how he was like, okay, we're gonna go and get dinner when we land, we're gonna do this, and hey, come to my birthday party. And like, there are certain guys that do it different ways, that lead, that make you better, and that's what makes great teams. And now I feel like it's just a different dynamic, because you have the Sotos coming over for $700 million, and you have different things that you're seeing guys getting these big contracts. When we saw 170 million, and then Alex got like what was it, 212 or something, 250 or whatever it was, and that was just kind of the thing. And then
got it twice. He didn't get it
yeah,
once. He got it twice.
yeah.
Ridiculous.
So I think it just changes a little bit on how guys lead, because you come into a different dynamic. And talking about the West, right? I think it's a great reason, and you brought up Buster Posey and being a great GM, and maybe being a manager one day. But you've got 3 ex big leaguers, all in different capacities, and Buster Posey, Chris Young, and Craig Breslow, that are in the front office and creating. And we always seen CY already win a World Series. See what Breslow does. The Red Sox have done a little bit, but I think Posey brings in a Verlander like that. And obviously Ver's jumped around. He was homegrown in Detroit. But bring a guy like that he was another guy that did the same thing in his own way. And I think for a team like that has had so many expectations for so many years with the talent that they've had on their roster, but bring in a guy like that that's won and knows how to kind of navigate these, I guess, relationships and egos and all those other things. And I think it's a great move by them, because he can do that and talk people down off the ledge with like, hey, we've got talent. Like, there's a video of him. I can't remember the young kid's name that they got promised with. He's standing behind him watching his bullpen, and he's talking to him. I remember in Detroit, all the starters, every time somebody threw a bullpen, they were out there, except Max Scherzer, because Max had to do it on his own. And Max is a different bird. And
boy, is he ever.
on the mound when he's throwing a bullpen, whatever, but afterwards, he's a blast. He is great. And I've known Max for a long time, because we pitched against each other, because he was at Missouri and I was at Nebraska. So I got to know him a little bit before that. But yeah, there are different aspects, Fish, to certain guys. And statistically, though, honestly, and I'm not saying Derek was overrated, but if you look statistically, like at like his defense, like replacements and all the other stuff, he has the lowest ever in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And so that's it's just, if we're talking about all these analytics and stuff, people can say he's overrated, whatever. I think they're full of BS.
Maybe I used the wrong word. I don't think he's overrated. I just think that Derek Jeter, it was put on a pedestal as he was the best Yankee and he was the best Yankee of that time. He really wasn't. And if you were to ask me in the 90s who the best Yankee was as far as hitting, Bernie Williams. If you were to ask me in the 2000s, Alex Rodriguez. And that's just the facts. If you look at the numbers would tell you that to be true. So I'm just speaking on what I see. And by the way, Thomas, you coming out and saying that Alex Rodriguez is a bum, that's ridiculous. That is a complete ridiculous statement. That is a ridiculous statement. Alex Rodriguez is a top 5 player of all time. If you look at his numbers, even defensively, that guy won 7 Gold Gloves at shortstop in a row before he went to third base. And by the way, he won a Gold Glove at third base. Tell me a player, ladies and gentlemen, that you can remember who moved from shortstop to any other infield position that won multiple Gold Gloves at 2 positions. Please.
Is he the biggest shortstop ever, A-Rod?
I would think he was. He was pretty big.
I think Cal was a little. I think Cal might have been a little taller.
Is Ellie Dela Cruz bigger?
Yeah,
I think he.
Yeah.
Right, he might be the biggest one. That kid's going to be incredible too.
Man. And there's only one person
next time
in the history of baseball that's won a Gold Glove in the infield and the outfield. There's been people that have moved positions that have won Gold Gloves, but from the infield perspective, I can't think of one. I know Darren Erstad won one in the outfield and he won one at first base. And obviously a product of Nebraska.
Hunter,
won national championships in football and was the first overall pick in baseball. So, he's not a bum. That's for sure. And Thomas goes on the juice. And
needed to add that, ladies and gentlemen. He needed. It's
always Nebraska sighting of the night.
It has to be. And by the way, Thomas, before we get off the subject on juice, Alex Rodriguez, just so everybody understands what baseball, it helps you with your power. It doesn't make you see the ball. It doesn't make you hit the ball. You're going to tell me right now, if Alex Rodriguez didn't do the juice, he isn't going to go down as one of the top 7, 8 players of all. Guys, stop. Stop with this. And I understand you guys don't like him. That's fine. You don't have to like him. The guy was special. He was a special player. I don't understand why there's so much hatred. Was he a good guy? No, he wasn't a good guy. What he did and the threatening and all that other stuff, all those stories to be true, if they are with the Balco thing, Alex Rodriguez wasn't a good guy. But to say that this guy wasn't one of the greats of all time, even without steroids, you're an idiot. Now, Thomas, I'm not calling you an idiot, but you sound like one right now. Just saying. TMC reports Le'Veon Bell has lost a civil rape lawsuit filed by his cousin Jada from about a year ago. His cousin, who is under 18 years old, sued Bell for rape charges that occurred in March last year and won $25 million in the verdict yesterday. Bell denies these allegations of rape, and his lawyer, Thomas Schaefer, claims that Bell was never given the right documents or any civil complaints. The case mentioned that Bell was allegedly raping his cousin since she was 8 years old, before he even entered college football. Le'Veon is about 7 years older than Jada, and the case mentions how the abuse was going on for over a decade, including the first few years of his NFL career. Bell went on a rant on a live stream about his Fifth Amendment rights being violated and how the court system in Ohio failed to serve his case properly. Let me tell you something. If there's any truth to this story, and obviously there is, okay? Obviously there is, if he obviously failed to get himself out of this trouble. We've seen this. We remember a baseball player that was being accused for all these allegations and got off of it because they were not true. And it was proven not to be true the way these girls were saying it. This was his cousin, and she was 8 years old. Now, I don't know Le'Veon Bell personally. Never met the guy. But I have heard many different stories from players that have played with him say, well, maybe playing with him in many other ways. I don't know. Obviously that this guy is a bad dude. Okay. He is not a good dude. And We've heard stories on him trying to get away with the weed accusations over the years and trying to hide it under the rug. And Mike Tomlin didn't do anything to him because he was Le'Veon Bell. I don't know if these stories to be true, but anybody that has to pay $25 million and the accusations were pretty much handled in court and they have found pretty much evidence that he did do this, tells me if it was me and you, Fish, or me and you, Joba, maybe not Joba, but me and you, Speedy, we go to jail for 25 years for doing something like this. This is horrible, absolutely despicable for anybody to sit here. And listen, he's not going to admit to anything. Why would he admit to it? It would ruin him forever. $25 million is a significant amount of money. I don't know about his endorsements or what he's going to get or what he's not going to get after this, but this is a significant amount of money. And anybody that says that $25 million isn't a lot of money or there wasn't some kind of communication in court on trying to negotiate a deal, it just tells me one thing, that Le'Veon Bell is absolutely guilty to all these accusations. There's no doubt in my mind that Le'Veon Bell is a bad dude. He is a bad dude. And his family hiding and brushing under the bus all these years. And I'm telling you right now, he probably paid off his family, probably paid off his cousin or whatever, her mother or father to keep this under the rug because it was going on. And they were probably, I'm not saying, and I'm not going to create accusations to it. How do they not know this? How do they not know that their 8-year-old daughter was screwing around with Le'Veon Bell? It is despicable. It is disgusting. And again, the NFL, who sits back and lets all this go, a.k.a. Xavier Worthy, who all of a sudden is completely cleared for all the craziness that just happened over the last couple of weeks, is despicable. This guy should never be brought up in the NFL emblem name. He should not be invited to any of the NFL games or practices or anything. He should not be able to go. Look what they did to Reggie Bush. Look what the USC Trojans did to Reggie Bush because he was trying to help his family out because they didn't have the money. And he lost his Heisman Trophy. He got it back, but he lost his Heisman Trophy that nobody at USC wants him to go to games anymore. They don't even want him to show up to practices or even pretend that he even existed to that program. And this guy, and by the way, Antonio Brown, 2 guys that were Mike Tomlin guys. 2 guys. And these guys have done despicable things. Does anybody remember what Antonio Brown did about a year and a half ago? Do you remember what he did after locking himself into a house?
With a gun.
With a gun and threatening cops and everybody around him that he's going to kill them? And this is okay? The Pittsburgh Steelers, by the way, where's the Rooney family? Where are they? Where's their communication to the world? Everybody respects the Rooney family. They're the greatest owners in football history. Yeah? Where are they? The Rooney Rule. Where are these idiots? It's despicable that this has gone on. And I'm sure this is not the last story we're hearing about Le'Veon Bell. If you think Le'Veon Bell was just screwing around with his 8-year-old cousin, you guys are on drugs. He's probably doing other things, and it was probably brushed under the rug because the NFL and the Pittsburgh Steelers want to protect their emblem, their players. But anybody that sits here and listens and reads this story, you have to throw. I feel bad for this young girl. I really do. I feel bad for her because as much as she and her family are going to be taken care of for the rest of their lives, she is always going to have this in her head. Maybe she doesn't want to be around a man again. Maybe she prefers women. Who knows? Just think about it. If you're getting raped when you're an 8-year-old daughter, 8-year-old girl by your cousin, and your family obviously didn't know, or maybe they did. I don't know. I mean, and then this thing happens and it just gets cleared in court now. Le'Veon Bell should be in jail.
Yes.
He should be in jail for what he did. And then he comes out on a live stream and says he has a 5th Amendment? Go kiss my ass, man. You didn't belong here in New York. You shouldn't have gotten your money here in New York. You're a despicable person, really. And you need your 5th Amendment? Yeah, I'll give you my 5th Amendment. I'll give you my foot in your ass. What a despicable person. What a sick Demented person.
Yeah, indeed. Disgusting, perverted, and on so many levels. And I'll keep it quick because I know
Demented.
Fish, I know you're going to get to the legal stuff more, but obviously the Steelers and the NFL don't want to control their players. Think about two other things, too. Michigan State, where he went to college, also covered up a scandal with the gymnastics with that coach. So their athletic director covering that up as it was. And then we always blame, like, all right, CTE is going to be a part of why these NFL players do these.
You think that was CTE?
I don't. No, this is the first one.
Come on, man.
No, I
CTE.
was about to explain it. This is the first one you can't blame it for because he was doing it when he was in freaking high school. Like, seriously, this is absolutely disgusting what is going on here. And there's so many payoffs that are going on, so many cover-ups that are going on. It's one of the most sickening stories I've ever seen. Fish, I know you want to get to a lot of the legal stuff, though.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. It's the grossest story. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I just figured we had to talk about it a little bit. He got the default junk settle. The $25 million was because he didn't show up in court. He didn't even try to fight it at all. And now he's claiming, "Oh, I didn't know. I didn't have the right paperwork." That's ridiculous.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You know, you're being sued for $25 million by a member of your own family that apparently you're pretty close to. That's really ridiculous. Number one. Number two, I saw that it was as young as 6 or 7, Errol. Not even like 6 or 7 years old, that he was 8 years older than her. And it was going on since he was like 14, 15.
At the age doesn't even matter at that point.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's been going on her whole life. Like, as early as you can remember. I don't know how many of us can remember things from before we were 6 or 7 years old. Like, maybe on one hand you can count all the things, tops. Like, I don't know if I can even get that far, you know? And that's what this girl has known that existence. So it's a civil case, not a criminal case. So
they don't want to put him in jail.
Get arrested for it. Well, I don't think you have to bring it as a criminal case. And
yes, you can.
She's not gonna. She's not going to if he's going to get the
money.
No,
because she's getting the money. But just think about this. It became a civil. It was a civil case, and now that he lost and he failed to win, now they can take it into a criminal case. Maybe the FBI or somebody wants to get a little deeper into this, but the family is probably going to say, "Don't do it," because they're getting paid for it. This is despicable.
One of the craziest things is he should have known that if he doesn't show up, they're going to release what he had sued for. If he did this in court, no one would have ever known. And he just, they settled. It would have been quiet. No one would have ever known that this happened to him. He is, on top of being an awful person, he's pretty freaking stupid too. Unbelievable, this story.
Yeah, I think, and we've all seen this with things not as of dynamic as this, but when things happen that are controversial with athletes, where there's one, there might be more. And, it's just they see this and, things happen and, we've seen it multiple times. And, yeah, it'll be very interesting. Obviously, he's trying to go back and whatever. And in no manner of how you want to word it, it's absolutely disgusting. And it's just as being a parent, and Errol, you brought up a great point of like, how is this going to affect you long term? Because if it's, that's your memory, and then you hopefully become a parent one day yourself and do these things. Like, there's just so many lasting things that this has an impact that further than we'll ever know. And a lot of those hurts are not physical. It's what you have to deal with emotionally and how certain things that are going to affect you for a long time. And, that's a lot of things that people don't see and people don't express those a lot. And if this is true and it's happened, and like you said, somebody you're close to, man, that affects you in so many ways that you have no idea. And we'll never know because some people internalize stuff better than others, and you don't get to see it physically, or they don't, talk about it, or, how it makes them feel. So yeah, it's all around disgusting in more ways than one, and how, so you can just hope for the best for her. And if she, needs the help, gets the help that she wants. And
I don't know if you can get help from this. Could you imagine thinking in your mind,
no,
as a middle-aged young lady right now, what are you, 21, 22 years old now, maybe at that age, and you're all you know is your cousin raping you? I mean, come on, think about it. You could get all the money in the world. You can get $50, $100 million. That's not going to protect what you have gone through mentally and even physically as a woman. I mean, seriously, she probably didn't even become a woman until she was like 12, 13, or she would have been a woman at 12 or 13, when a woman starts to be, start to come of age. She probably at the age of 7 or 8 or 9, she had to become a woman because of what he did to her. It's disgusting. It really is sick. He's a demented person. I don't care what he says. Ohio failed him. No, you failed your cousin. That's what you failed. You failed to protect your cousin. When you're an older cousin, you're supposed to protect them, not do the things that you're doing to them. And that, to me, is sick. And by the way, a civil case, when you look at this and it's become a civil case and not a case where this guy should be going to jail, it tells me one thing. His family's protecting him. They're protecting him. And that, to me, is demented and sick as well. How could you actually accept the fact that this man did these things to your family member? I would kill him. I would kill him. I would go to his house, rip him by his neck, and drown his ass. That's disgusting. Absolutely despicable. He should be ashamed of himself. And for him to say, and I know he's trying to protect himself because he knows that if he says something, he can go to jail. So he's got to protect himself. For him to go and on a live stream and say that he's taking his Fifth Amendment just shows you how despicably stupid he really is. And that's all I'm going to say. Even Adrian Peterson, who did the things that he did, and it was not nearly as bad as what Le'Veon Bell did. Adrian Peterson went out and admitted to his wrongs. This man is not even admitting to it. He's not even hiding. He's hiding everything that he did. At least tell the truth. Okay. Say like, listen, whatever happened, don't obviously throw yourself under the bus, but don't go on national radio or live stream and say that you're taking your fifth. That's all I'm going to say about that. Before we get our guest in, I know he's waiting, Jim Cerny, and we are going to go to a sports minute. We have our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but no.
And my deuce of the day goes to the one and only Pittsburgh Steelers. Why am I not surprised? DK Metcalf getting traded from the Seattle Seahawks, a guy that has been pushing himself out of Seattle for the last 2 seasons, gets his wish, gets all the money that he wants, and then goes to an organization that has not done this in centuries, going after and trading for guys overrated, thinking that he's number one, and then paying him after trading picks. This is the first time in decades, that this organization would be doing this. That means they're reaching, ladies and gentlemen. That means Mike Tomlin knows that his end is near. So, and by the way, bringing in another personality there that doesn't shut the hell up, doesn't hide away from going on social media and throwing himself out there to the public. I am not surprised Mike Tomlin wanted an idiot like this in his locker room, as he has one in George Pickens that went over there after a game and threw his whole team under the bus. You got 2 of them now, guys. So my deuce of the day goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, as they're a dumb organization that can't control their players and love to bring these insane lunatics to their organization. So there you go. Our deuce of the day. And when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting very calmly and carefully. He is a Ranger guy, and we've had him on the show, and we went back and forth, and I'm sure he has his own thoughts, or don't make excuses, Mr. Cerny. We will be talking to the one and forever Blue Shirts executive editor, Jim Cerny. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and only Aaron Fishman.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to another Sports Minute. Aaron Fishman here, giving you a couple of stories before we get into tonight's scores. First story up, the Utah Jazz were fined $100,000 by the NBA Wednesday for violating the player participation policy. The fine is related to the Jazz not making star power forward Lauri Markkanen available when the Jazz played the Wizards on March 5th. Since Markkanen was an all-star in 2023, the Jazz were supposed to play him despite his quote-unquote injury management. The Jazz get another violation and will cost him $250,000. Not surprisingly, Markkanen is in the lineup tonight versus the Grizzlies. The Dodgers have finalized a 4-year contract extension on Tuesday with manager Dave Roberts. The contract will pay Roberts $32.4 million over the 4 years, which is a new record for average annual value, $8.1 million a season for a manager. Roberts, who manages the defending champions, will not have deferred expectations with baseball's most loaded and expensive roster. Well, Mikko Rantanen has had a well-traveled year, folks, being traded twice from Colorado to Carolina and eventually to Dallas, and signing a long-term deal for 8 years, $96 million in the recent NHL trade deadline. Carolina moved on from Rantanen after not being able to sign him after this season. Coach Rod Brindamore went on a local radio station in Carolina that said Rantanen would only sign long-term with a total of 4 teams, and Carolina wasn't one of them. Rantanen has since denied this claim. He says, "When I put the jersey on there, I tried my best and just decided just a little bit before the deadline that Carolina would probably get a better return for me if I would do a sign and trade. That it would be better for their team rather than me being a rental and going somewhere to play. So that was the decision. I want to make it clear that I was open-minded in Carolina and really thought about staying there." He thought about it and then thought otherwise. He is now on Dallas and scored recently in the last game, and he is going to be part of quite a run for the Dallas Stars, who really are looking pretty good with him. Guys, some scores tonight. The NBA in the third quarter, we got the Hawks up 77-64 on the Hornets. 3 minutes left in the third. 82-75 Thunder in Boston. 5:26 left in the third quarter there. Raptors are up 12 on the 76ers, also late in the third quarter, 84-72. And at half, we have a couple of games at halftime, actually a bunch of games at halftime. Clippers are in Miami beating the Heat 57-52. Rockets home against the Suns, same score other way around, 57-52 Rockets. The Grizzlies are up 64-50 over the Jazz, and the Spurs are up by 2 on the Mavericks, 64-62. Still to come later tonight, Nuggets hosting the Timberwolves, and the Knicks are still on their road trip out west in Portland. In the NHL so far, only one game in action tonight. The Red Wings are up 4-2 on the Buffalo Sabres with 3 minutes left in the second period. And the only top 25 action today was a second-round matchup in the Big 12 Championship. Iowa State handling Cincinnati 76-56 rather easily. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Joba in the Mouth handle and on Instagram under our Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can find us on Podbean as well as in video now on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Make sure to like, subscribe, and take a look at all our videos and shorts that you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Joba, and Speedy for our guest on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
As long as she's even good, like taking care of my 2-hole up good.
That's how you say it. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Joba has left. He's taking care of some family stuff. He will be no longer with us tonight, but we have Owen filling in. We have Mr. Fish, and we will have Nick Goody a little bit later in the show. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, before we get into our guest, and by the way, I have the Ice Shaker take. Speedy, when we come in for break, we like to use the board, so maybe you should pick a song that's kind of mellow and going into it so we can kind of use our nice, wonderful soundboard. I don't know what you're doing. Maybe you have your finger up your ass. I don't know. Anyways, go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a hockey fan, you can get a Pittsburgh Steelers Ice Shaker, a Chicago Blackhawks, a Boston Bruins. How about a New York Rangers? I know Mr. Cerny would love that one. Or an Islander. Islanders get a break. the Colorado Avalanche, the Dallas Stars. You name it, you can get it. Even get my fat ass head on one of them as well. All you got to do is go to iceshaker.com and make your orders. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been sitting, he's been hanging. He does that a lot, and he's definitely been hanging after the Rangers screwing up all season long. We're now talking to Forever Blue Shirts executive editor, our friend, Jim Cerny. Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're good, man. I mean, how did you like that lady take? Did you like that?
First of all, I'm laughing at this. It's like having my own fat head here on the show. Look at this thing.
I mean, seriously, I know a lot of people with big heads, but Jim, you have a very sexy head.
That's a pretty big head right there. That is a fat head right there.
It is a fat head, man. I mean, what does your wife think about your head?
We're not going to go there. We're going to keep her out of this.
I was waiting for you to say that. Jimmy, the last time we had you on your show, we were talking about the Rangers, and we were talking about what the Rangers could do in the offseason. And the Rangers did some interesting things, and they didn't do enough. And then going into the season, they made some awkward mistakes. And I think it's affected this team all season long. And Peter Laviolette looks like he's hanging from a thread. It looks like, obviously, Chris Drury is hanging from a thread. This organization might be looking for a new GM and a new coach before season's end. What happened from a season that we saw last year to an Eastern Conference against the Florida Panthers and falling short for a Stanley Cup, and now going into a season where they might not even make the playoffs?
So here's the thing. A lot has happened since we last spoke, right? As you touched on. So let's start with the first premise that they're going to look for a new coach and GM. I think Chris Drury is in solid footing, believe it or not, with the Rangers. He is in lockstep with ownership there. He's their guy. They love Chris Drury. And you can, certainly make arguments for him to be on the firing line here to take the blame, or a massive part of the blame, of what's happened this season. But I think he's in very, very good footing. I don't think he's going anywhere. So we'll start with that. Peter Laviolette, I'd argue that he's going to be back as well next season, but only because I believe Chris Drury is going to be making that decision. I think if he was going to get rid of Laviolette, if he was going to scapegoat his coach for what's happened here, and maybe if he felt like he needed to take the heat off of him, I think he would have done it by now. I think Laviolette, the easy time to fire him would have been in November or December, when they were going 4-15-0, that putrid stretch of hockey for 2 months. So I think they're both going to come back. Laviolette, I think, has less of, probably less of, you talk about hanging by a string. I think his string is cut shorter than Drury's is. If one goes, it'll be Laviolette. I think they're both going to be back. But, going to your overarching point about what the hell happened with this team, man, you don't have enough time on this show to go over everything that's gone wrong with them. But I will start with this. It really started when they got exposed in the Eastern Conference Final by the Florida Panthers. This great razzle-dazzle, our power play will save us from everything. Igor Shesterkin will save us from our defensive miscues. We can pick our moments where we just wake up and boom, we can score goals rapid fire. They did a lot of that last year en route to winning the President's Trophy. I will say that they did defend better last year than they did this year. But in the playoffs, when they got into the playoffs last year, the deeper they went, the longer Carolina took them in the second round, the more the warts became exposed. Then in the Eastern Conference Final, listen, that was man's hockey right there. That was big boy hockey. And it was all about the Florida Panthers. They owned the puck. They owned the puck battles. They won the one-on-ones. They were the better team. And Igor Shesterkin almost single-handedly kept the Rangers in that series. 2 wins away from going to the Stanley Cup final. So they got exposed there. Then in the offseason, Chris Drury, you know it. He knew that they got exposed. And he wanted to make moves in the offseason, but they were so up against the salary cap. Jacob Trouba blocked the trade to Detroit, as was his right. So he doesn't get traded. That would have freed up $8 million a lot earlier that they could have done something with in the offseason. So I'm no Drury apologist at all. But in this case, I'm not sure what else he could have done. I know Riley Smith. I mean, listen, it was just a move, but that was their only move. That's the only thing they had. They had no money against the cap. So then when all started going to hell during the regular season, Drury said, you know what? I don't care. I freed up some money with Barkley Goudreau during the offseason. I don't care now. And okay, I got the list of teams Jacob Trouba could be traded to. We're going to start there. Boom. Coincidentally, Capo Caco speaks out about getting scratched. Boom, a week later, goodbye. And then, those were really the two moves that stood out. One was absolutely to save money, but also to change the vibe in the locker room. Even though Trouba was beloved by his teammates, beloved by his teammates. So that's where fractures with, you hear the players and management, they didn't get along. Listen, I've talked to a lot of people that say, who gives a crap? Players, at the end, players don't care. All right, they're upset that Jacob Trouba left, and they blame Chris Drury. Okay, but a lot of the people I spoke with believe that got blown out of proportion. They were just playing terrible hockey. They weren't competing. They were terrible defensively. And, for a while, their goalies bailed them out until they couldn't anymore. So then you continue, right? And it just fed on itself. It just fed on itself. They were so bad. And Mika and his, the black cloud over him, and it was a mess. Now,
Ranger fans have been, I don't like how Ranger fans treat Mika Zibanejad. I really don't. And if I was Mika, I would want to be traded right now. I don't want to be there because I'll go to another organization and I'll succeed somewhere else. Now, he hasn't had, over the last couple of years, there's been ups and downs. He hasn't been consistent throughout the season. But all around, this guy is the best player the Rangers have as far as all around talent. The guy that can win faceoffs, play defense, offensively. This guy is the best all-around player the Rangers have. And now they have JT Miller, who I think is right there with him. I mean, and I think Ranger fans just been throwing, and if I was him, I don't want to play. I would be hating to get on the ice and being booed off the ice as many times as I've seen Ranger fans boo him.
So here's the thing with Mika Zibanejad. He's a tough guy to figure out, okay? Because, and look, I look at this objectively. If the Rangers win, if the Rangers lose, I'm still doing my job. My life goes on, right? So I'm no, no apologist for the organization or any one particular player. I did work for them. As you know, I worked for them for 10 years, running their website and doing, part of the broadcast crew and everything.
With Errol tour, right?
But the but to that is, listen, I don't owe them anything now. So I look at this objectively, and I look at Mika Zibanejad, and I see a hell of a talented player. But man, does he come up small in the big spots in the playoffs. He's just not a playoff guy. Artemi Panarin, same thing. I can't, in my mind, I'm like, they're so talented, these two guys. So much natural talent, right? So I kept giving them one chance after another, another playoff season. It's just not their thing. They just do not like the dirty style you need to play to win. Now, could they? Now, it's not going to be this year, but next year, whatever. Could they still make a run with a Mika Zibanejad, being Mika Zibanejad, if you have JT Miller to be more that Matthew Tkachuk type guy? Yeah, that might work because you know what? You need star finesse players too, right? Not everybody can be Matthew Tkachuk or Sam Bennett, as Florida had last year, or JT Miller with the Rangers now. Now, sure, you want him to be a little bit tougher. You want him to go to the dirty areas more. You want him to win more battles. You want him to compete more, have a higher compete level when the going gets tough. I get it. And maybe some of that rubs off from JT Miller. Maybe, maybe not. But I get the anger against Mika because he's so good. Like if he sucked, if he was just the guy, And then, he wilted even more so in the playoffs. You'd be like, all right, he's a guy. This is it. No, he can be a stud, as you said, as a two-way player. The thing that also works against him is it's between the ears with him too. It's between the ears. Man, it was almost all mental for those 2-3 months earlier this season when he was just terrible. It looked like he was miserable. Did not want to be out there. Maybe to your point, Errol, maybe he wanted out of town. Maybe it got so bad and everybody on him so much that he wanted out because it sure looked like it. He wasn't competing. Now he's certainly picked up his game again. Maybe it's easier to get your swag back, when JT Miller is there, kind of covering your bacon a little bit, playing on the same line. But I still see some of the same issues that if they make the playoffs, he's going to get exposed again. He loses battles defensively. Like, it's just insane.
That's the Rangers' problem. That's been their problem. Why did they get rid of JT Miller? They had JT Miller on this roster years and years ago, and then they pawned away from him. They said, we'll just pawn you off.
He was part of the fan letter.
We didn't want you. And now you did the same thing to Capo Caco. You did exactly the same thing to a guy that you drafted as your second pick in the first round, thought that this guy is the next Timu Solani, and then you part ways. Maybe he didn't develop. Maybe it's because of the coaching staff and whoever you put around him, and not really put him on with really talented players. How many times did we see Capo Caco on the first line? Not many. We've seen Lafreniere on the first line quite a few times. You didn't give Capo Caco the right opportunities to succeed here. Now you see him in Seattle. This guy is scoring goals. He's becoming a star, which we expected him to be with the New York Rangers. What are the Rangers doing? And you say Chris Drury is I know Chris, played hockey with him, and I know he's got a big head. And I'm telling you, saw how big your head is on a bobblehead. His head is like guy John Doe. Okay, this guy's head is as big as his. I don't even want to say it, but you know what I mean? This is a guy that has a ego, and the Rangers love him. Maybe James Dolan likes those egotistical guys, like all the different guys they brought in, because I don't think he's the right guy for this job. I think he's made a lot of mistakes with this organization, and for all the moves that he's made that everybody likes to bring up to an attention. Well, wow, this guy's done this and done that. Go look at the trades that he has made that has hurt the organization move forward over the last 3 or 4 years he's been there. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He inherited.
He's Guard Snow. He is Guard Snow of the New York Rangers. That's what he is.
I don't know. He hasn't given out an Andrew Ladd contract yet.
But what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Who gave Trouba his contract?
You think that was as bad as Andrew
Who
Ladd?
gave Trouba? Yeah. Who gave Trouba his contract? Come on. Let's hear it, Speedy. Chris Drury gave him his contract. Please. I don't want to hear it. This guy is an idiot. He is Gart Snow-like. Yeah, he's drafted some good players. Where are those players? By the way, let's hear it, guys. Where are these great, talented players in their farm system? Nowhere to be found, guys. No, we're going to give away picks, and we're going to give up players for JT Miller, which you never should have gotten rid of. That's what I'm saying. This guy's an idiot. How could he be protected? How could the Rangers want him here? He is an idiot. He is a jack.
I'm telling you right now, the owner loves him.
Okay? I figured.
I'm telling you, loves him. So here's the thing with Drury. I thought that he got by for quite a few years with a roster that he didn't put together. He had a hand in it because he was the assistant GM. But that were, those teams that were making the runs. Love Jimmy here. Like, boy, that's heartfelt.
Oh, it's heartfelt. All
Seeing
right.
him sing there. All right.
I want to throw up.
So, that was really Jeff Gorton's team. Gorton's the guy that drafted most of those guys and acquired most of those guys, and Drury, kind of picked around the edges. What he's doing right now is really putting his fingerprints all over this out, blowing everything up this season. This is really the first, I would say, major stuff he's done as GM. I know he made moves at the deadline before. I know he made the big splash. He got Patrick Kane and Vladimir Tarasenko in 2023. 2020, yeah, and it didn't quite work out. 2022 was really, where you said, boy, he made some pretty shrewd moves there. He filled in more with role guys, but role guys have really stepped up their play and were really good in the playoffs. They went to the conference final. Frank Vetrano was a great fit. Of course, they didn't re-sign him. And what have they done since? They've been trying to find somebody. Well, they don't anymore because Kreider and Zibanejad don't play together anymore. But for years, they were trying to find the right fit with those two guys. Vetrano was the fit, but they didn't re-sign him after a nice playoff run. And they've been chasing their tail ever since in that area. Listen, I think his record is checkered. We're going to have to step back now and see, you get a few years into a GM's reign and you say, well, who did they draft? Who's worked out? Who hasn't worked out?
Nobody.
Well, you don't know yet. And again, I'm not protecting him, but right now, Brendan Othman's in his second year as a pro, still a kid, 22, whatever, but he's playing on your fourth line. He's not, he's supposed to be a top 6 wing. He's playing on your fourth line. So right there, jury's still out. Again, young kid. The key will be for them is Gabe Perreault an NHL player?
He is. He'll be traded. He'll be traded. The Rangers will trade him.
The Rangers have been really protective about Gabe Perreault. Jury has not been protective about the previous regime's draft picks. Maybe Lafreniere gave him the big contract coming off the good playoff and, the good one season that he had. Listen, it's a checkered resume. There's no question about it. What he does this summer, following what he did this season, really, to me, either puts him on the hot seat. Well, it puts him on the hot seat. But if it works out, then it looks like, he knows what he's doing this whole makeover of the team. I didn't get the rushing to, we got to sign Will Borgen to a 5-year contract. Listen, man, nice player, and he's fit in nice. He's like Trouba light, making less money, fewer mistakes than Trouba, but, they still run around like the Three Stooges in their own defensive zone, even with Will Borgen. So I didn't get, what's the rush to sign him? What's the rush to sign Earl Vakanainen? Right?
How about that idiot? How about Kreider over there for Team USA? The coaching staff in the third period, he was actually healthy. He was a healthy scratch. They didn't even want to put him in the game because the guy was bitching and moaning on the side, okay? Because he didn't get the chance to start in the first couple of games. Kreider had 50 goals. I told Ranger fans. I said it. He had his best season as a Ranger. Trade him in the offseason and get as much as you possibly can for him. Rangers, he's too good. He's too good. And ever since that season, the guy sucks, okay? He is an overrated baby. He is a big baby. He's like a little bear crying to his mommy because he didn't get his way. Oh, I'm a first-line player. And then they put him on the second line. He doesn't get what he wants, and he cries. And now nobody wants him. Nobody wants him. You know why? Because he's slowed down. He doesn't work. He doesn't grind. He don't do nothing anymore. He just cries that he's not getting enough ice time. What is up with that? And that's Drury's fault because he had his chance to move him when he did, and he didn't. He decided, hey, we're going to keep him. Oh, he's still a great player. He's an idiot. I'm just telling you. Drury's an idiot.
So with Kreider, I will say that I was of the belief that I would have maximized his value as well at
there
that
you go.
point.
You should be the GM. Me and you should be the GM.
But here's where I disagree. The one thing Kreider doesn't do, he doesn't bitch and moan. He doesn't. He's about as good a teammate as you can find. I've known Kreider since the day he was drafted, and got to know him really well when I worked there. That's not his MO. He's not backstabbing anybody. He's not happy. He's not happy Chris Drury put his name out there in November publicly, in that memo. Hey, we want to trade Trouba and Kreider. I'm not sure that was the best move by Drury either. But he's not causing any trouble. It's not his MO. I will agree that his game has gone down this year, but I also know that he's played hurt the entire season. Now, he's not the 50 goal guy anymore. Sure, he had his grand moment against Carolina in Game 6 last spring. But he's never been, except outside the 50-goal season, really he's never been that consistent guy. He's never been that consistent star. He's like, it's these insane spurts. Hasn't had it this year, but these insane spurts where he goes on these just binges for, 15, 20 games. And then 15, 20 games, you don't even know that he's dressed. That's been for me, more the complaint about Chris Drury. And one of the reasons why, like you revert back to, the 50-goal season, even the season following, which was a good year too. I'm like, why don't you see what you can get for him? But it was hard. They get caught in between. They start going to conference finals. He's an integral top 6 guy, and they get caught in that trap.
Jimmy, let me tell you something. We just had Neil Smith on the show. He's a friend of the show.
Yeah,
and
he's
Neil,
a good friend of mine. Good friend of mine.
That man should be in the Hall of Fame. I don't understand it. The Rangers organization has treated him like crap over the years. This guy won you your last Stanley Cup, and you just completely throw him to the wolves and don't do the things that you should. The Islanders treat him better than the Rangers do, and that's sad. But my thing to Neil, when I said to Neil, I said, what are the Rangers doing wrong? And he started to smile, and I said, well, what's so funny? And he says, well, there's a lot of things that I would look at and I would say I would change. Well, if you can trade Mika Zibanejad for who's the player from Colorado? Speedy, he mentioned
Nathan McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon.
That was the Mark Messier.
Slam dunk if the Rangers could do that. And then I said, that's never going to happen, Neil. And he says, I know. So the Rangers are just going to suck for the next couple of years because they don't have anything on that roster that could bring them a player like Nathan McKinnon. That would scare me if I'm a Ranger fan, listening to a guy that has built an organization and a team to win a Stanley Cup, and he was the guy that traded for Mark Messier. So am I right or wrong? Are you sitting here today? And by the way, when was the last time the Rangers were close to win a Stanley Cup? I mean, seriously, how long ago was that? So to me, the Rangers are an organization that always has good goaltending, always finds a way to find a good center and at least one really great defenseman, and they always fall short. Why is that?
And they flop with free agents a lot.
Why is that?
Yeah, they flop with free agents quite often. That is true. Though, listen, it's hard not to say that the Panarin contract is worked out. You can argue about the playoffs and everything for sure, but that's a contract that's worked out. So they nailed that one.
Everybody would have nailed that.
I mean, listen, everybody wanted Panarin, right? He wanted New York.
He wanted New York. He's Juan Soto of hockey. That's what he is. He's an absolute slam dunk. Absolute.
Without the championship.
Yeah, and without $760 million too.
Well, yeah, you and me both. You and me both. So listen, a couple of things just as we were talking there, just pop into my head. Reasons why you don't have the success. First is and it's a combination because you got to blame the players too, but the lack of development of good young players. Now, okay, Adam Fox has certainly worked out. Don't forget, here's another guy who forced his way to the Rangers before he even made it to the NHL, right? So they kind of lucked into Adam Fox because he wasn't going to play anywhere else.
That wasn't Chris Drury. No. That wasn't Chris Drury.
No. But right, it doesn't matter who it was because you could have been GM. Adam Fox told his previous teams he wasn't going to play anywhere else but the New York Rangers. So, but anyway, there's a young player that has developed and certainly become a star in the league. But look at these guys. Like, they were so convinced Keandre Miller was going to be an absolute two-way stud. And this guy, you talk about running into a brick wall. He is 25 years old. 25 years old, and you're saying we're going to commit to this guy? What are they going to seriously? This summer, you have a decision to make if you're Chris Drury. It's time because he's an RFA with arbitration rights, so he's going to get a big raise, right? Even though he's not deserving of it in my book.
Nope.
So you have to decide. Are we going to go long term with Keandre Miller? Is he going to be our top pair guy now that Lindgren's gone? And is he going to play with Adam Fox for the next X amount of years? Or Are we going to see, he's still, there's teams intrigued by him. What can we get back for him? Do we get something back for him, free up his spot and maybe sign Jacob Chikrin instead? That's the type decision that juries should be thinking about right now. It shouldn't be a slam dunk that Miller comes back because his development, again, smack dab into a brick wall. And then his production has just, it's cratered. 43 points down to 17 points this season. Plus his defensive play. You talk about a guy. You talk about mood swings or whatever.
Are you painting?
I'm just doing. He's so up and down. It's just nuts.
It's hard to describe the way he's staring up in the air.
He did a Mr. Miyagi.
He's not looking at the credits.
But him, Kako, never developed here. Braden Schneider's hit a wall this year, though I really believe in Braden Schneider.
I like Schneider.
I really like him too, but he's hit a brick wall a little bit this year too. And maybe it's the moving him around, right side, left side, up, down the lineup. It shouldn't matter, but maybe it does. I don't know. But something's not 100% kosher with his game either. Though, again, I think in the big picture, in the long run, I have more confidence in him than I do Keandre Miller. Lafreniere, what the heck? For years, everyone's like, well, what is it with this guy? Top overall pick and blah, 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 blah. Then he good year last year, great postseason last year, got off to a hot start this year. And now what the heck has happened to him? And I get, oh man, the Ranger Twitter people just go nuts on me anytime I say anything bad about Lafreniere. And I like the guy. I think he can be a player, but something's off. Something's not right. And don't tell me it's because, Panarin, is going to score 40 less points this year than he did last year. Well, guess what? Lafreniere, he's 23 now. He's not a baby anymore. Been in the league 5 years. Take some responsibility on yourself too.
Just think, you gave away Capo Caco, who was your back-to-back years. You had the number 1 pick, a number 2 pick, and the number 1 pick. And you're probably going to not see these two on the roster in the next 2 to 3 years. Just think about that. These guys are supposed to be players that you're building your organization around, and they're going to be gone playing for other organizations, other teams. That would scare me if I was a Ranger fan. I'm not a Ranger fan.
Lafreniere is also, I think, really.
But I am an Islander fan, and they stink too. So that's a whole nother story. Thank you, Lou. I want to throw the help. By the way, that Brock Nelson move, A+, Lou. That was the best move you've made since you've been here. What a stupid organization.
The Colorado Avalanche. These New York teams, all these extra draft picks. I don't think the Rangers would have expected to get the whole back they got for Ryan Lindgren either.
Slam dunk for the Islanders getting as much as they did out of that trade. It really was a slam dunk, but Lou should be gone. I mean, he gave the Islanders a nice chunk to build after doing what he's done over the last couple of years. Now get him out of here. He does not belong here. I'm just saying. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm with you on that trade. Callum Ritchie. Yeah, anybody you talk to, they talk about he's going to be a star. He's going to be a star. And what do the Islanders lack more than anything? A great young center, right, to build around. Now you got him. Oh, and you got a first-round pick as well. Listen, they did really well.
Hold on. You got 2 first-round draft picks. Not just him, not just Ricci, because they gave up. Who was the other one? They gave up Dufour. They gave up Dufour, who the Islanders liked, but I think very overrated, too slow, was never going to make the Islanders on this roster, but they need speed. They got 2 first-round draft picks. They had Ricci. They got another player, and I think a second-round pick. A second and a third or something like that. They got a lot.
It was a great trade. No doubt that it was a great trade. So, all right. I got to roll in a couple minutes here. So tee me up. Last thing you need. What you got?
All right, Speedy. You give him the last thing you need.
All right. So I want to actually just off the Rangers for a little bit. This trade deadline controversy that we've seen all the time with these teams trying to restructure these long-term IR stuff. For the Vegas Golden Knights did it last year. Everyone was going crazy. Tampa did it for years, and everyone's like, "Oh, they're cheating. They're being illegal." Like, what are your thoughts to all that? Because now Florida's doing it this year with Kachuk.
So right, it certainly appears convenient that Matthew Tkachuk he's going to be ready when the playoffs start. But
Thank you.
let's put him on LTIR right now, and we'll add Brad Marchand and we'll add Seth Jones. And yeah, listen, if it's within the rules, do it, man. You're trying to win. You're trying to win a Stanley Cup. I have zero issue with it. I have no issue. It's not, but it's not just them. But whoever does it, if a guy is hurt, I mean, listen, you can't completely fake an injury. Matthew Tkachuk is literally hurt. I don't know that he needs to be out the entire rest of the regular season, but he at least had an injury. So as long as if that's in the rules, I'll be honest, I have no issue with it. And if I was the GM, I'd be using it to my advantage as well. And you know what? Listen, it's just like the state tax, no state tax. In Florida, that's a massive advantage to Tampa and to the Panthers, right? And Dallas, no state tax, massive. No wonder why Mikko Rantanen wanted to go there and not stay in Raleigh, right? So listen, whatever you can use to your advantage, if I was in that position, I sure as heck would.
Well, Jimmy, we love you. And we love getting you on the show. We got to hang out.
Love's a strong word, man.
Oh, listen, you got a big head. There's no doubt about it. But, I've got a big head. Speedy definitely has a big head. I mean, look at that.
my brother Ryan have huge heads. No, we actually measured them.
Could we play pool with your father and your brother's head?
No. It's not worth it.
Oh, man. Anyways, Jimmy,
that was a lot of fun.
It always is, man. We love you. Let's stop pushing it off, man. I mean, we got to go to a game and yell at each other, maybe an Islander Ranger game. I mean, season's almost over. So, and both teams absolutely blow. So I'm going to predict that maybe the Rangers sneak in. Please, Islanders, I would get as good a draft pick as I possibly can and stop with this crap. Season's over.
Absolutely.
And Patrick Waugh, get rid of him. Get rid of him. He's not worth being here anymore. No offense, Patrick. You could argue you're the greatest goaltender of all time. I almost said quarterback. Goaltender of all time. I think it's Brodeur, but you're right there with him. I just don't think he fits here in New York. That's just my opinion. Anyways, Jimmy, keep up the good work. We'll talk off air, my friend.
All right. Take care, boys.
Jim Cerny. He's a friend of the show. We love him. He is fantastic. He really is. Always fantastic. And he gives you the truth about the New York Rangers. And there's a lot of truth to it, man. I am sick to my stomach that it was all about the Rangers. And he told you the truth. And that's the only thing I want to hear. But the whole Chris Drury thing, get out of here, Jimmy. Get out of here. He should be gone. He doesn't belong here. And if I saw there are two people I dislike that I played against as a hockey player. Chris Drury being one of them, who didn't shut the hell up when we were on the ice. And then when we got off the ice, I wanted to smack the living taste out of his mouth. And then Rick DiPietro, who I can't stand.
I was going to say, Rick DiPietro might be your number 2 on most athletes.
I can't stand Rick DiPietro. Everything about him, his look, his attitude, everything about that piece of garbage, I can't stand. Anyways, we got a lot to get into. We have the good stir in. Bring them in. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a very special segment, and we do this every single week, as we call this Save Your Tears. And by the way, we have the recap because somebody is in our winner last week. So save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
Say you're sorry. It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough.
Time for Save Your Tears.
Not yanking on a dead man's dick.
Welcome back to Save Your Tears. Guys, another great edition. But before we get into today's new one, we have a big order of business. Owen, you mobbed the floor with the competition last week. I don't have the graphic for it.
I came in second. I did.
Errol wants us to do like a FedEx Cup type of thing so that his second places start mattering.
I deserve second place.
Sure.
I mean, I don't want anybody giving me any compliments because we all know Joba won't
This
do
is what I'm gonna do.
No.
I'm gonna ask my wife, who's a fantastic baker, to bake you a second place cookie.
No, I don't
And
need a
we'll-
cookie. I eat
and then
enough
we'll
cookies.
send it in FedEx.
I'm gonna have diabetes. I mean, seriously, I don't need any cookies.
Join the club, man. Well,
Goodness.
not everyone's
now you
favorite
make
club.
now you make me feel bad about what I just said.
Yeah,
Thank
you should. It's a
Thank you.
disability.
It is a
What the hell, bro?
Listen, there's a lot of disabilities I have, so don't worry about it.
Listen, some people win the lottery and win money. Some people win the lottery and get diabetes. This is how it happens.
And someone
Now-
has never had sex, Speedy.
Different kind of lottery. You got to be in it to win it, though, Speedy. You got to remember that. And same goes for Save Your Tiers, everyone's favorite tier-based fantasy game. And Owen, we're just gonna give you the compliments now. We went over the scores last episode. You won by a lot.
Yes.
It was really impressive. You went with the Jokic, LeBron, I believe, combo, and you had enough other guys that were better than Errol's for first place. Errol had that same combo. That was the winning combo. Jokic 30-20-20 in that first game of that combo. First time ever
Look at
happened.
that smirk on his face. Look at that smirk. He's so
Owen,
excited.
I'll start it off because I came in dead last.
It's only because I didn't play this week.
Goody does well when the Orlando Magic are teams to pick from. He knows he's a
I'm
big
1 for
Magic
1.
guy.
I'm 1 for 1.
Big Magic guy.
The funny thing is, I
But-
think I picked like 3 of them too that week. Not me.
Yeah. Oh, Owen, you are now the most winning player of Save Your Tears in the history of the game. I mean, just a little on the shoulder for you. That is an incredible accomplishment of a game of guys that I make up earlier in the day. Just a great job by you on this feat of, honestly, it's like, you know, there were like guys who win gold medals for like running races, for jumping far. And then there's guys like you, Owen. You are the man.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
All right, Speedy's up next for his compliments.
All right. Well, I know you like this guy. So, Owen, your dominant win this week was like a Steph Curry 3-quarter shot, and your reign of terror is like Errol's boy, Steph Curry.
That's a compliment. What kind of
For
compliment?
Owen, it is. He loves
You
Steph
just made
Curry.
my nipples hard.
We got to get some more drops for Joba. Those two are great. I think if we get like a rotation of 5, we're in a good spot. And this shouldn't take long.
No, it shouldn't. Anyways,
3 guys.
Speedy loves 3 guys. You know, he definitely does. Speedy, you like 3 guys?
I don't know.
You like 3 guys?
I have no idea.
You've never had
Look,
3 guys.
The other competitors of the game were our interns Manny and Benton. They're not with us behind
All
the
right,
stage
I'll give them a
tonight.
compliment.
They'll email you a compliment. And now it's up to Errol to finish it off before we get into tonight's game.
Owen, you're one sexy guy, especially when you lose the bet that you're going to lose and wear a wonderful dress and a wig and some lipstick and really look sexy right in front of all the fans. But man, you're kicking ass and taking names, and you can after tell Joba to shove it up his ass. So congratulations to another win, my friends. Lovely. As we will see you wearing a dress after the draft.
Hey, thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. And I honestly feel as though I want to lose now because that was hard.
You better lose some weight, man.
Jeez.
All right. So here's tonight's edition. Goody, you're going to get in on this one. So who do I have up here? Joba's not going to get in on it. So we'll replace Joba with Goody. And this is what we got right here. Steph Curry at point guard for $5. So the teams are the Warriors, the Grizzlies, the Bulls, and the Pelicans. So those are the 4 teams. They each have 2 games before our next show. So Steph is at 5, Ja is at 4, CJ McCollum 3, Trey Jones, who's filling in for injured starter on some team, and Luke Kennard, probably the best bench guy of the point guards, for 1. At the 2 guard, we have Desmond Bain having a breakthrough season at 5. Kobe White at 4, Trey Murphy to third at 3, Buddy Hield, everyone's favorite chucker from college back in the day, at 2, and Jordan Hawkins 1. At small forward, Zion Williamson, followed by Jimmy Buckets, then Jalen Wells, Gary Payton II, and Kevin Herter. At power forward, it is a who's who of who's not. Mattis Buzelis at 5, Moses Moody at 4, Carlo Matkovic at 3, GG Jackson. Yes, that's GG Jackson at 2, and Gui Santos, who I'm not confident that's how you
Jackson.
pronounce
Just
his
remember
name.
that. G-spot.
At 1. And for center position to round it out, we got Nikola Vucevic at 5, Draymond at 4, Zach Edey at 3, Yves Missy at 2, and Brandon Clark rounding it out for $1. Guys, let's play some Save Your Tears. Again, you have $15 to spend, and I am going to share my screen because I've already picked my team, and then we are going to go with we'll go with reverse order from last time. Goody, you didn't play, so we'll go with you next. All right, and then it'll be Speedy, Errol, and Owen. All right, so here is my team. Right here, I took Steph at $5, Kobe White for 4, Herter for $1, Brandon Clark for $1, and Moses Moody for 4. That's my squad right there. All right, so good. I'm going to put up the real one right here. So take a look at it.
I think I recognize maybe 3 guys on this board.
Well, when you win, it'll be that much sweeter, Goody.
Cool.
That much luck.
Like I don't even know who's Desmond Bain is. I mean, that sounds
He gave Batman a lot of trouble a few movies ago.
Yeah. Well, he also died, so probably not going to pick him. I'll go with the point guard. Okay. I mean, how can you not go with Stephanie Curry? We'll take Stephanie.
Stephanie. I like that. Stephanie. Of course you do.
At shooting guard, let's go with I like Buddy Hield. He sounds like a cool guy. Nice guy.
So you got Stephanie and a buddy. Wow.
Stephanie, I got her buddy. We're at $7. Let's roll with Jimmy Buckets for 11. I like Michael Jackson in the Jackson 5, so I'll go with GG Jackson.
There you go. Good choice.
It's
excellent reasoning.
Jackson. Stop.
5. That's 7.
So what do you have left, Speedy? You got $2 left.
$2. I guess I'm taking.
Oh, you take Missy or Clark.
Well,
Missy goes with a good Stephanie theme.
Yeah, we'll take Yvette Mitzi.
Yeah, pretty sure it's Eves.
Yeah,
He's
sure.
French.
Right on.
All right,
3 guys.
Missy. All right, Missy. Here's your team. Right here, we got Steph, Buddy, Jimmy Buckets, GG Jackson, and Missy rounding it out.
The old misser.
All right, let's put it back. The team's up here for Speedy.
Here we go, Speedy. Let's see it.
All right, I'll take the trio of the Grizzlies players. So give me John Morant, Desmond Bain, and Brandon Clark. That'll give me 10. I'll take Huerter and I'll take Moody.
Yeah. Following me with the vaunted Herter-Moody combination. Excellent job by you, Speedy. That's an interesting pick. John Morant is liable to go off at any time, as we know, for better and for worse. Now we go to Errol, who came in second. Once again,
yummy and delicious. Where's the list over here? What's going on?
It is.
All right, I'm gonna go John Morant. I'm gonna go Trey Murphy. I'm gonna go with Jimmy Buckets. How much is that right there, Speedy?
Say the team again.
That's 12.
I got John Morant, Trey Murphy, Jimmy Buckets.
So that is 11.
12.
It's 11, right?
11.
That's 11.
2 4s.
5.
It's 2 4s and a.
Oh, Jay, yeah, you put Ja. Yeah, good job. I thought you picked Steph.
All right. And 11. Carlo. I'll go I'll go Zach Edey. Okay, I'll go with Zach. And how much do I have
So you got
left?
one left, though.
All right, then I'll go with who's the other guy? Gus Santos, right?
Gui Santos.
Gui, I can't even see it. It's blocking. I don't even know who Gui. I'm a basketball fan. I've never even heard of Gui Santos.
So they have a bunch of injuries. He's the next guy up on the depth chart.
All right, so
I have never heard of him either.
All right, so I'll go with Gui. All right, Gui Santos.
That was why he's $1. And that is your team. Let's just show it on the stage to make sure we like it. Ja, Trey, Jimmy Buckets, Gui Santos, and Zach Edey.
Oh.
All right, Owen, defending champion. Let's pick our team.
Let's go Steph Curry.
Of course.
Buddy Hield.
Bud.
Zion.
Oh, man, good one.
G.G. Jackson.
GG.
And then Brandon Clark.
Spending a whole $2 on your front court. Love it. And that will round out the rosters for this week. We will again go over it and have our compliments on Monday. Guys, that's been, again, you can't cry about it if you lose because the game is save your tears.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Let's throw up. Yeah.
That'll be the week that Errol actually picks Steph Curry, but he'll find a way to resist.
I won't take. You know damn well I'm not taking Steph Curry. Anybody that knows me knows I will never take Steph Curry in any kind of save your tears.
Fish, you need to dupe it for make Steph Curry a
I have
$4
never.
card 1 week.
Anytime Steph Curry has been on the list, I've never taken him. I don't know if anybody knows, but I've never taken Steph Curry. So, and I will never take Steph Curry. There has been only, an ongoing debate between SHAI Alexander and Nikola Jokic as the NBA MVP. The case for SHAI, the Thunder are scoring 11 points. Speed, you don't have to put the points, just put it. 11 points per possession on a pick and roll with SHAI, and a 1.08 points per possession on isolation plays with SHAI. Both top 5 in the NBA. The Thunder have the league's best efficiency and differential in the NBA since Speedy. I don't know why you give me all this. This doesn't make any sense. That the 1996 Bulls that finished with a 72-10 record. SHAI is averaging 32.9 points per game, 5.1 rebounds per game, 6.2 assists per game, and 1.8 steals per game. You don't need this with a 64.3 true shooting percentage. Something only James Harden and Michael Jordan have done. As far as Nikola Jokic, I'm not going to use this top stuff because it's ridiculous. Jokic is averaging 28.9 points per game with a 57.4% field goal percentage and a 66% true shooting percentage. The only 2 players with that much points efficiency were Steph Curry and Charles Barkley. Jokic is on pace to be the 3rd player in NBA history to average a triple-double for the entire season, averaging 28.9 points per game, 13 rebounds per game, and 10.5 assists per game. Right now, I don't care what anybody says, and I know everybody's going to argue about SHAI and what SHAI is doing right now, and it's incredible. SHAI is playing on a better team, okay? And that's all I'm going to say. SHAI has a tremendous amount of a team around him. Their bench is one of the best benches in basketball. He's got that kid Williams. He's got a tremendous amount of players. Hartenstein is one of the best centers in all of basketball right now, defensively and even offensively. It's incredible how they put this team together, and they have a chance to win a championship. You can argue they're the best team right now in the NBA. I still think the Cleveland Cavaliers are, with the record and what they're doing with Kenny Atkinson. But all in all, OKC has been the best team in the West all season long. The fact is, Nikola Jokic is the MVP of the league. There's no argument to it. And anybody that argues this don't know what they're talking about. Nikola Jokic is doing something, a center we've never seen done before. Okay? I've never seen a center average a triple-double in their career at any time. Okay? And what he does so good is he makes everybody around him better. As a matter of fact, Russell Westbrook looked like his career was over. He goes over there with this team, this Nugget team, and he's having a great season. He's having right now an all-star year if you look at what he has done over the last couple of weeks. He's done a phenomenal job working with Nikola Jokic, working with Jamal Murray and Porter. This team has a tremendous amount of depth. I just think that what we've seen with Jokic, his leadership, his ability to make everybody around him better, I don't think there's any flaw in his game. He's a great defender as far as I'm concerned. He's one of the best in the game at the pick and roll. I don't know. There is no weakness in this guy. Shai Alexander, he is a good defender. He's not a great defender. He's a good defender. He's an unbelievable offensive player. The problem with Shai, and I'm going to go back at Shai, does he make everybody around him better? The answer, he doesn't. He doesn't make everybody around him better. And that's what Jokic does. Not only does Jokic average almost 30 points a game, he's averaging 10.5 assists per game. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, could you tell me the last big man that averaged almost 11 assists in a season? The answer, I can't even tell you, okay? That's how good Nikola Jokic is right now. I think he's the most unstoppable force right now in the NBA. He's everything to what his organization runs their offense through, and he's everything what his organization runs their defense through. There is no weakness in this man. None. I don't think I have ever said that there was no weakness in a player since Michael Jordan. If there's any player right now that you want to compare in the last 30 years to Michael Jordan, it's this guy. This guy, and he's a big man. He's not Michael Jordan. He'll never be Michael Jordan. But if you look at what Nikola Jokic has done for his organization, and he's not a dick like Michael Jordan was. Michael Jordan would put players down, force players to do things they don't want to do. Nikola Jokic is the ultimate team player. He wants everybody to play well around him because if they're playing well, the team is winning. And that's what he said. It doesn't matter about my numbers. It matters about winning championships. That's what makes Nikola Jokic so special. In my opinion, Nikola Jokic, if you want to compare Kobe Bryant and LeBron James and all these guys to Michael Jordan, the only player that I can remember that can do this, and by the way, Michael Jordan was not as good a three-point shooter as Nikola Jokic, but he didn't have to be because the game was different. This guy is the closest thing that I've seen to Michael Jordan in a long time. So to me, this guy's going to win his 4th MVP, and next year he's going to win his 5th. And as long as he stays healthy, he's probably going to win 3 to 4 more. He's going to win more MVPs than any player in NBA history. Book it, guys. Book it. And he's only 31 years old. He's got another good 7 years left in the NBA and multiple championships. I believe he's going to win.
Yep. And you also look at the hyper efficiency that he's doing it at, too, where he's passing and scoring on 66 points a game. That's an insane stat for a team that went through a lot of turnover this offseason, a lot of new bench players. You mentioned Russell Westbrook kind of rebirthing him after he's been really bad for the last couple of years, efficiency wise, especially. Jamal Murray was struggling at the beginning of the year. They had Aaron Gordon out with injury after he had that, what was it, a dog bite or something like that. And I think he had multiple injuries, too. The Nuggets had that slow start. I think we had the story about like Mike Malone lashing out on his team for a while, and he's still putting up these numbers amidst all that. I think the player efficiency matters more than the team efficiency when it comes to the individual MVP honor. Obviously, the Thunder are a better team, and they're 11 games up on the Nuggets, but still, that team efficiency stats that Jokic is doing is off the chart. Will they give it to him? As another question you were talking about with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Like, they didn't want to give him to a back-to-back guy. We've seen LeBron.
There is no way they're giving the MVP to Shai Alexander what Jokic is doing right now. There's no way. If the NBA does this is an absolute catastrophe. This guy's the best player in the league. You can't even argue it right now. It's not even close. Yeah. It's not even close. I'm sorry. By the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Speedy. To Stephen A. Smith, all right? And I am going to say this to this idiot, okay? To bring up Shai Alexander even in the same conversation as Nikola Jokic is absolutely ridiculous. They're nothing alike from one another. Shai, as good as he's been this year, he shouldn't even be brought up in the same conversation. It's not even close. It's not even close. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of what Jokic is doing too is very well rounded. Like you said, his defense is very good this year in comparison. Now, Shai's always been a good defender too, but Jokic we've seen. Like,
Is he better than Jokic?
No, I don't think this year he has been, and I think Jokic does it with the versatility as well. And his passing is the best we've ever seen from a big man, and that's a big deal when you look at a scoring era. They don't have to rely on the three; they can rely on so many different shots too. And I just think those types of hyper efficient stats at that level for an individual player is unheard of in today's NBA. I agree with you. I would give it to Jokic. Fisher muted.
I don't know if I'm going to sell Shai so short here. I was getting like a tongue twister with the she sells with the selling Shai short here, because until a week ago he was the favorite in Vegas over Jokic, and he was. Well, because Jokic then put up 30, 20, 20, and then had another, and then beat Shai with a 35, a dozen, and 8 or something like that, following it up, right? Because he's unbelievable. I agree. I think Jokic is an MVP, but Shai is having this unbelievable season. He's a 37% shooter from 3, which I would argue is very good, but it's not like elite in the NBA or anything. It's a 90% foul shooter. He has got a 2-point shot. He's got 58% that he hits. Guards don't hit at that kind of a rate at 2 points. So he's clearly an excellent player inside. And if he's shooting 37% outside and he's playing really good defense, I mean, that's kind of all you can ask for out of that position. But the thing is, he doesn't play center. Well, we've never seen a guy like Jokic. I was just thinking, who do you watch assist highlights of? Like, if you're going to go back and watch, because I just put up a highlight that was just assists, and I usually never do that. I just got mesmerized by his assists. I mean, I didn't even show you the ones, over the head. That was, all those highlights were just from that 30-20-20 game. And my God, he was unstoppable in that game. And what I would say Magic Johnson, you would watch assist highlights of, Jason Kidd, Steve Nash, except none of those guys were doing it from the post. None of those guys were operating wherever they wanted and did it, and going like in slow motion so that you could see it. It's unbelievable what he does. He never makes a wrong decision. He's like he's like the quarterback who always finds the open receiver.
You know what I laugh about? I'm reading what Keith is doing right now, and he says Shai is no doubt the MVP. Listen, I don't care what he did against Brown. I really don't. All right. If you're going to tell me right now, when you look at these two guys and you put them against one another, and you're looking at a big man right now doing what he is doing right now, and you're going to tell me Shai is going to win the MVP, Keith, as much as you know about basketball, you don't know shit. Okay. I'm going to tell you that right now. Take that and shove it up your big ass. All right. There is no way, looking at these numbers. And by the way, right now, a big man averaging at the 3-point line, field goal percentage at 3 is 43%. Tell me a big man right now that's doing that in the NBA. Please. I'd like to hear you, Keith. Please call up the show so I can shove it up your ass.
He actually is
I'm
on the phone.
Sorry.
We're going to wait.
Ridiculous.
Make your reports that we do have him on the phone waiting.
Good.
There we go.
Just quickly, Owen, just to finish up on mine, is like, guys, if you take him off Jokic off of this team and you take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off of his team, the Thunder are losing a few more games. The Nuggets might not be a playoff team without Jokic. It's like the equivalent of taking Peyton Manning off of those Colts teams back in the day. You can't take this guy off of a team. He's that important. That's most valuable. Go ahead.
I don't know. Yeah, I think this is wrapped up for Shai, to be honest. I'm not saying best player because Jokic is the best player. I'm talking about electrifying. I'm talking about leading his team to number 1 in the Western Conference. He's putting up 40 points a game every night he goes out. He just had 37 against the Celtics, the number 1 team in the East, and made it look easy to win at Boston. Jokic is having a great year, but what Shai's doing is electrifying. He's getting the younger fans. He's showing people to come to the games, and he's doing it, I think, with a worse roster than what the Denver Nuggets have. You got Russell on that team. You got Murray, who was hurt, but he's been playing well as of late. You got a lot of guys on that Denver team that have had experience and playoff experience. Who's the second best player on OKC? Chet Holmgren.
He's pretty good.
But he's been injured all year. So Shai's been doing this with Chet injured.
Well, you're not wrong. Like he's clearly like 1B in this argument. You know, there's no one else.
Arrow wants to talk about making your team better. How can you make your team better but number one and beating number one teams in the East? That's it. If you're not,
He's got a better team around him. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
There's no way.
Okay. Is OKC have the best bench right now in the league? Do they have the best bench? Because they do. They're averaging more points off the bench than any team in basketball. So
they're so deep. That team.
But the bench in the playoffs is going to matter or whatever.
In the NBA. They're better than Cleveland. Cleveland has a better record than them because the East is easier to play in than the West. You're talking about, and I'm not taking shots at what he's doing. He's doing unbelievable. He really is doing unbelievable. But what Jokic is doing is unheard of. It's unbelievable. And by the way, he came out when they were talking about Shai. He was giving Shai all the props, but he says, guess what? I'm playing the best basketball of my career. If he's playing the best basketball of his career right now, this guy's a 3-time MVP. He's pretty much telling you, go shove it up your ass, Shai, in a very nice way. He's amazing. I'd give it to him. He's telling him.
The newness of him, too. It's something different, and the NBA wants different. They just don't want to give it to the same person over and over again. I think Shai will win this year just because of the points he's putting up per game. Defense doesn't matter in MVP. They don't want to count that. It's like who scores the most and are you number one in your league? That's what matters.
Who's number two right now?
It's the Lakers.
No,
it's
the Nuggets.
Denver right now.
Oh, did they just switch?
The Lakers
It was the Lakers. Must have just switched last night after something.
They lost to the Nets.
Go ahead,
without
Goody.
LeBron.
Go ahead, Goody. What are your thoughts?
Nobody should lose to the Nets anyway.
Honestly, I'll be honest. I don't really watch too much basketball, but if I had to pick, I know Jokic is a guy that helped me win and save your tears, and so I think he's the real MVP. Not to mention, just sitting here listening to your arguments, I can see it going both ways. But if you have somebody doing something that's like pretty much unheard of, and their team is winning, they make a really strong case for MVP. And so for me, I'm going with Jokic.
Jokic will give you a drop kick. All right, I'm ready to give this guy a drop kick.
Let's hear Keith. I want to hear Keith. Keith, could bring Keith in.
How about it?
Wait, is Keith going to only talk about the MVP debate? Are we going to?
Keith, how many shots have you had before you got on here, though? That's the real question.
Hello?
Go ahead, Keith. Put him up.
Okay. Hey, Errol, first of all, calm down with of your fat ass and all that. We're just having a conversation.
All right,
They're
stick it
both
to me.
awesome.
Stick it to me, man. Stick it to
I'm
me.
not going to stick it to you because Jokic could definitely win too. They're both awesome.
Speedy, put him up.
Awesome. They're the two greatest players in the world by far. You told me the other day that Doncic is not even close with Alexander right now. I shouldn't say
The
not
top
close,
button,
but
Speedy. Top.
Alexander's a better all-around player. Now, here's the question. Oh, and Errol, you're right.
You bring it back down.
Has a better, Errol.
I'm listening.
OKC definitely has a better bench. You're right than them, a better team, no doubt. I agree with you there. I think Jokic could win the MVP. What he's doing is amazing and unheard of. I'm just saying right now, being that Alexander was ahead of him, either one could win. Either one could win. But I kind of see where maybe Jokic does deserve it only because what he's doing is unheard of. All the assists, the points, the rebounds. So I'm not looking to argue with you about that, man. I'm just saying. So my point, what I want to say to you is, what the fuck do you think the Lakers are going to beat either one, them or Denver? You're out of your mind. You're out of your fucking mind.
Okay.
Let's bet.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna explain
It's
why.
the Lakers and the referees.
I'm gonna explain why.
It don't matter. They have no chance in hell.
All right. I'm gonna explain why I think the Lakers are going to face Golden State in the Western Conference Finals.
Denver and OKC.
No way.
Easily.
No way.
They're the two
It's
best
not.
teams.
It's not going to happen.
You're out of your mind.
I am out of my mind, and when I'm right about this, I'm going to tell you. Didn't I tell you this was going to happen?
Right.
All right.
Like you say, Reddick was going to start.
Reddick does stink, by the way. Anybody that has the second, or you can argue the third best player right now in the NBA for nothing. Yeah, you know who it is. Luka Doncic.
Wait. No, I'm talking before he got there. They were winning.
Oh,
Before he got
really?
there.
They were winning?
Yes, really.
Really? Because
Were
that's
they that guy?
that's because the Nuggets weren't playing that well.
Were they not?
They weren't
Were they
playing
not
that
winning?
well. Nuggets were
Wait,
not playing
it
that
doesn't
well.
matter.
They were still ahead of the
I don't care
Lakers at
about
the time.
That isn't what I said. Redick was doing a great job before Doncic showed. Doncic didn't even playing up to his top. What he can do. He's shooting like 40%, not even. He's shooting like shit. Okay?
Let me tell
They're
you.
not gonna listen, they don't have enough Harold on their bench. Okay,
All right. Who has been the best playoff player in the last 4 years?
I don't care about
Who's
that.
been the best? Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the
Who
question.
cares?
Answer the question.
Doncic, who cares?
Okay.
Doncic,
All
I'm
right.
going to
There
put
you
that,
go.
remember?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's ask you this.
All right,
Who
here
has
we
a
go.
fucking way better team?
What do you
Way
mean?
better.
Who has a way better team? What are you talking about?
OKC or LA?
Okay. OKC had a way better team last year. Where did they go?
No, they did.
Yes, they
This
did.
is-
The same
this is
freaking-
one of the same
besides
players.
Harnstein, besides Harnstein, what was different about the team last
They're
year?
the youngest team in the NBA.
They were the youngest team in the NBA last year. What does that mean?
And now they're a year older. Look at what it
Wonderful.
took Jordan to
So are
win.
the
It took
Grizzlies.
Jordan
Where are the
7
Grizzlies
years to
been over the
win.
last couple of years?
You are so stupid.
I'm so stupid. I love it.
But
I love
listen
it.
to this, bro.
Give it to me.
I'll give it to you, good big boy.
I'll be wearing a chastity belt around you, my friend.
Errol, really, Errol. You know in the NBA more than any other league, including with Jordan.
Yes.
It takes a long time to develop.
Yep.
You know that.
Yep.
Okay. I think this team is ready right now. I'm telling you. I'd be shocked if the Lakers beat them or Denver. They're the two best teams in the West.
I remember an OKC Thunder with Ibaka, Harden, Westbrook, and the one and only. Hold on. Let me speak. And Durant. They were they were unbeatable. Okay. They were. This is what everybody said. They were ready to win. They were ready to win. No, they were not.
They played 3 years together, maybe 4.
But dude, when they went to the finals against Miami, everybody had them winning and beating Miami. Not you. Hell no, what?
Not Keith. Not Keith.
Fast enough, dude.
Keith.
If they stuck together,
Keith,
if
they
Durant didn't leave, they would have won. Plenty of.
Durant wouldn't leave.
Stick together.
Durant was. Ibaka was the first one to leave. Then James Harden. Then Durant. Okay, those two guys were gone. James Harden went to the Rockets. Ibaka went after that, and they all went after that.
Harden got traded because they couldn't keep both him and.
I'm speaking the truth. OKC had this before. It's not like they never had this.
About that team. I don't care about that team.
I'm talking about it now. They were the youngest team in the NBA when they went over there to the finals.
Listen, this team is going to stick together. Number one, I'm telling you right now. All right, so put your money where your mouth is. What do you want to bet?
What do you want to bet? What are we betting?
Nipple ring.
What are we
ring.
betting? What are we betting here? What are we betting?
Nipple ring.
What are you saying? You're saying OKC's winning the championship. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
What are you saying then? I want to hear it.
Wait, no, our bet the other day was that OKC or who would go further. Remember?
Okay.
So what do you want to bet? What do you want to bet?
All right.
It's nipple ring, and that's it.
I think a lower back tattoo of each other's faces.
I am not putting no tattoo of him on my body.
And a tattoo.
I am not doing that.
I just looked up Keith on Instagram. He's a good-looking guy. You'd look great with some arrow on the back.
Good luck on that. Maybe
yeah, we could stylize it. You know.
Hey, Errol, we still have time to make that bet. We don't gotta do
Let's make. We'll make that bet, but we'll figure it out. But I'm going to take the Lakers. I'm going to take the Lakers to go further than OKC. That's what I think.
All right, my man.
All right.
You guys have a good show.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later.
Keep listening, my friend.
Keith, you're awesome. Thanks, bud.
Oh, Keith, man,
he's great.
Yeah, he's definitely great, man. He gives me a headache, but he's great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Tic-Tac-No.
Morris, right in the butt. What? We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen.
No. Now here's your host, the Tick himself, Owen the Tick Reckner.
Here we go.
What's up, fellas? All right.
Let's hear it.
All right. First question. Famous Jameis was the youngest quarterback to win the Heisman. back in the day. Who is the oldest?
Is it Chris Wenke?
It is.
Ah!
I gave you a hint with the Florida State. I gave
Yeah.
you a hint. Chris, 28 years old.
Look, I was pretty quick.
Hell yeah. I
got
knew
one.
that one.
We got one.
Famously, like super old quarterback. All right, I'll take the middle.
Ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
Right in the middle.
We didn't
All
even
right.
get one last week. So
I know you
we're
guys
good
got
for
swept.
us.
You guys might sweep me this week. So,
Is there? He's going to be
Lacking
easy?
confidence.
how many players are on the field for each team in rugby?
I feel like this is a trick question.
It's not. It was a random thing that popped up. So I was like, that would be a good question.
On each team or together?
Like,
14?
yeah, on each side.
I'm gonna go with 8.
Nope.
I know they have a thing called sevens, but I feel like that's like an irregular way to play.
Yeah, that's an irregular.
So I'm gonna say it's more than that. So I'm gonna say 9.
No.
I mean, we're close. You just have to go 10 and 11,
Yeah,
and we definitely have to
should get
hit.
this one. We should get this one.
Now, each team we have to count how many players.
No, per team. Per team.
Yeah, each team has how many players on the field?
Not combined.
How much did you say? How much did you say?
8 and 9.
Yeah, we said 8 and 9.
I played rugby. Okay, so there's more than 8 or 9 players. I got to remember.
What'd you say?
I said 14.
Speedy, have you ever played Prices Right? You got to like go incrementally and then go $1.
It's more than 14.
Damn.
I would have been way off.
I was off.
Here's a guess because 15.
That is correct. 15.
Wow, what a poll.
Nice.
I played rugby, so I played Intramurals rugby. But I honestly, that was a guess. So
I was good. Going, Errol?
Keith, we don't watch rugby, bro.
Put it wherever you want. Put it wherever you want.
All right, let's go. Let's go down here.
Look at that big fat head. Oh.
Yeah. As long as there's dude wipes and she's taking care of my 2-hole.
Errol's
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
It's just trying to make Errol's head look like as big as the Jim Cerny graphic.
You just made my nipple card.
All right. What is the shortest tenure of an NFL head coach that actually coached in an NFL game? Not Bill Belichick. That's your hint.
Okay.
So you're talking about number of teams or who the coach was?
Who the coach was?
Bobby Petrino.
No.
Oh, okay.
Speedy was wrong.
So what was it?
I thought Urban Meyer broke Bobby Petrino's record when he got fired when he did.
How long were they coaching?
Yeah, like the shortest number of games that a coach coached in before getting fired.
It has to be NFL or college.
It's NFL, and I'm just looking for the guy's name.
Okay. What's his name again? Minnesota. Didn't he coach Minnesota? Now he was hired as a head coach. He wasn't.
He was
like
hired as a head coach.
Not an interim.
No.
Just like a guy that was supposed to have the job.
Who's the defensive
and they canned his
coordinator
ass.
that the Jets brought in from Arizona? He coached Arizona.
Or he quit, right? He could have quit too.
No,
That
no.
doesn't mean that
He
he was
got
fired.
Got fired.
He got fired.
Okay, fired.
Who's the guy that the Jets brought in as the defensive coordinator?
Cardinals?
Yes, he coached the Cardinals.
Oh, Todd Bowles?
No, you idiot. Todd Bowles never. So stupid.
He was from Arizona.
Who's the defensive coordinator for the New York Jets now?
It's a great question. I don't.
Who's the guy?
Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes.
No.
Okay.
Robert Saleh.
No.
Not correct.
No, he was around
stayed
for a
too long.
while.
He stayed too long.
Unfortunately.
All
All
right.
right, I have to give a guess.
Oh, I didn't even.
I feel like didn't like Al Groh like coach a game and then like quit or like get fired and then go back to college? The Al Groh.
It's not. It was George Allen.
I would have never.
1978. He coached 2 preseason games for the LA Rams and then got fired.
Oh, of course, George.
So
All
that was
right,
his shortest tenure.
Going for the block, I'm assuming.
Yep.
All right.
That's terrible.
George Allen. What a hammer of a question that was.
Like
What
that one?
what is just a terrible career. 0-2, and we'll see you.
Especially in the preseason, you're not even playing your starters. They're like, you're terrible. Get out of here.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
here's
so
a baseball one. Who has the most bats in a row without striking out?
Victor Martinez.
No.
Speedy, you like just pop it right out. It's like dropping a deuce, man.
I love how confident he is, though.
I feel like Luis Arias is pretty close to that. I feel like he had a lot of at bats last year. His strikeouts are extremely low. Strikeout percentage is extremely low.
It's not him.
He's got to be at least top 5.
I didn't look at the top 5. I looked at the number 1.
What's the number of at bats?
The number of at bats is 223 at bats in a row without striking out.
The other guy would be like,
Ellsbury.
Nope.
that is a terrible answer. I would be like Tony Gwynn would be my next one.
Well, Jacoby Ellsbury was pretty damn good when he was on the Red
I'm
Sox.
gonna say Wade Boggs.
I thought it was going to be Freddie Freeman because they said something about he never strikes out, but it wasn't him. Dave Cash had 223 at bats in a row without striking out.
Who the hell is Dave Cash?
Who the hell is
What-
Dave Cash?
He's
When did
played
he
in
play?
1976.
76.
Like I would have gotten that. Thank you.
All right.
I wasn't
see
even a
I see
twinkle in my
how
dad's
Owen's handling.
Listen, you can't just go off the like easy questions because you guys always beat me. So I got to throw some different ones.
Where are we going?
Just straight down. Yeah, straight down.
Straight
That's
down?
fine.
All right. Okay.
All right. Here's some easy ones for you guys. In what year did the MLB go on strike, causing there to be no World Series?
1994.
94.
94. Speedy was the first one. We'll get Speedy's
Speedy's always the
face
first
up
one,
there.
and he's always the first one to get it wrong.
All right, bottom right.
Bottom right. All right, look at that ugly mug right there. What the hell? He's wearing the same hat too. Jeez, man, Speedy. That needs to be washed, by the way.
All right, so we have 2 shots. We have a good position.
Not gonna be
board,
easy.
Owen.
It's not going to be easy.
He had 2 spots to win originally, but he had to go. I had to block him too. You could also.
You basically have to sweep these next 2 questions, Owen.
And this one's an easy one. I figured you guys would get this one too. But what is the only team in NFL history that has not played or hosted a Super Bowl?
Ooh,
has not played or hosted.
The Browns.
That's correct.
Wow, look at that.
Speedy.
He got the last 2. Well, listen to him.
Well, there's the 4 teams that have never played in one. Are the
Snatch away.
Are the
Speedy,
Lions?
snatch
Are the
away.
Lions, the Texans, and the Jags? So
The old
but
snatch.
I know Detroit has. They have a dome, and then the other 2 are southern stadiums.
Off the dome, ladies and
Wait,
gentlemen.
Speedy, I didn't ask you which square do you want? You can make a line either way.
I'll do the diagonal with you, Fish.
The diagonal, Errol, he doesn't want to make a line with you.
You know why? Because you're shooting into his mouth.
You just made my nipples hard.
It dropped so good.
Man.
I'm sorry. That was funny. I had to do that. Speedy, what do you think?
Speedy, great job.
That's
Good
a
job.
good accurate depiction.
Good job today.
Speedy, you were definitely MVP of this segment tonight.
Tic-Tac-No with Owen Rick the Tickner.
Hey!
Tickner. I'm not yanking on a dead man's dick. No, I'm definitely not doing that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to go to a break. When we come back, we got a little more craziness. We have pound for pound. I guess it's going to be me and Owen. Maybe we'll add a little goodie to it, a goodie 2 shoes. And then Tiger Woods is out again. Not surprised, not surprised. Speedy, what does surprised mean?
It's not a word.
It is my word.
Yeah, I don't know your
I before
I don't
E,
know your
except
I,
after C.
I don't know your alter ego utopia dictionary.
Well, we all talk about milk, right?
No, only you out of somebody's body. Only you talk about milk. Down.
Speedy, who would you bow down to on this panel right here? Good. Goody, that you know what that means. If you're on the top of his list, you know you're probably the first person that he would go on his hands and knees and I
wouldn't go on my hands and knees.
You know, I mean, what would you?
There's no point in going on your hands and knees.
Yes,
it seems like an unnecessary operation.
You have to bite.
I'm not gonna bite, Goody. Don't worry.
Biting action.
Goody, I won't bite you. Don't worry.
Speedy, I would not let you
Save
go.
that.
I would not let you kneel, buddy.
Spank you. I want you to slide it right in. Slap that ass.
Goodness.
Anyways, when we come back a little bit more, as you've been waiting surely carefully. We got little Reno Johnny showing up. He's laying in his bed. Look at that. Speedy, you know what that means, right?
Nothing.
It means he's laying on that pillow.
That means he's very comfortable and he is
That's
waiting.
right. He's waiting for you.
No, he's not waiting for me. He's waiting for you to actually transition to the sports minute.
Oh, all right. When we come back, we got the fish. But when we come back, let's parlay. We got pound for pound. We got Tiger Woods playing with himself and analytics. But first, Aaron Fish Minute.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, welcome to yet another Sports Minute. My name is Aaron Fishman. I'm going to give you a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. So recapping an earlier story tonight, the Dodgers finalized a 4-year contract extension on Tuesday, actually, with manager Dave Roberts. The contract will pay Roberts $32.4 million, which is a new record for average annual value of a contract at $8.1 million, which is just a little bit more than Craig Counsell at $8 million with his contract. Roberts, who manages defending champions, will not have deferred expectations, despite the fact that they have the most expensive roster, mostly because of their deferred money trick that they seem to have cornered the market on in baseball this offseason and in the last couple of years. Well, we have a couple of more stories. Former Jets defensive end Mark Gastineau is now suing ESPN for showing a clip of him interacting with Brett Favre last year in a hostile way. Gastineau claims the video did him irreparable harm towards his reputation and was edited to leave out a friendly handshake between the two of them that happened at the end of the interaction. The former Jet Sack Exchange member is seeking $25 million in damages from ESPN. Mikal Bridges revealed to the New York Post Stefan Bondi that he asked Coach Tom Thibodeau to reduce playing time of the starters as they approach the playoffs. Sometimes it's not fun on the body, he said. We've got a lot of good guys on this team that can take away minutes, which helps the defense, helps the offense, helps tired bodies being out there and giving up all these points. It helps just keeping fresh bodies out there. Although Bridges' logic makes sense, Tibbs' fatal flaw has always been playing his guys too many minutes. And until we see a change, Mikal, keep your cardio up, man. This ain't Brooklyn. Well, we got some scores. NBA Finals already tonight. The Thunder defeated the Celtics 118-112. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 34 points and 7 assists. The Raptors beat the 76ers 118-105. The Clippers knocked off the Heat 119-104, despite Tyler Hero with 31, 6, and 7. The Rockets beat the Suns 111-104 as the Suns' free fall continues, led by Jalen Green. Houston was 29-7. The Grizzlies 122 over the Jazz 115, led by Luke Kennard's 30 points. And the Spurs defeated the Mavericks 126-116. De'Aaron Fox nearing a triple-double, 32 points, 9 boards, 11 dimes. Games still in action. Some games early underway in the first quarter. We have the Timberwolves up 26-22 in Denver with 2 minutes left in the first. And just at the end of the first quarter, the Knicks are beating the Trailblazers 26-20. In hockey, already completed today, the Red Wings defeated the Sabres 7-3. The Canucks are tied 2-2 with the Flames at 5 minutes left in the second period. And early on in Utah, the Ducks are scoreless with Utah Hockey Club. And just underway, the Canadiens and Kraken are dropping the puck as we speak. The only game in men's college basketball as we get close to conference tournaments. We have the second round of the Big 12 championship. Iowa State had no problem with Cincinnati, 76-56. Guys, we are streaming live every episode on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Joba and the Mouth handle. And we are on Instagram and Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can now find us on Podbeam and in video on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Make sure to like and subscribe all our shorts and videos you see throughout the week. Now back to the guys led by Errol and Speedy tonight for our next segment on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? It is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
Willy Whopper, Speedy! Willy Whopper! Shave the S, Speedy. Shave the S. Thickness of your one.
You don't control your subconscious.
Yeah, the word shit is really structured.
You just made my nipples hard.
Oh! Yeah, I like that one, Speedy. Does it make your nipples hard?
No.
Nothing makes your nipples hard?
No.
Has your nipples ever gotten hard?
No.
How about Reno Johnny? Do you think his nipples have been hard?
You can ask him yourself.
I want to ask you. Do you
I
think
have
his-
no idea.
Take a guess.
No.
You don't think his
I mean,
nipples?
when it's cold, when it gets cold, nipples get hard when it gets cold.
Speedy, so it gets cold. Did your nipples get hard?
No.
That's just science.
You've never been hard.
Not because of it being cold.
So they've been hard before. You're trying to just be honest here. Have they ever been hard?
Okay, maybe they have, but I'm not going to do it purposely.
See, I got it out of them.
We're there.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Nipple Man himself. Joba in the Mouth. Joba is the Nipple Man. Speedy, how big do you think his lobes are?
I don't care.
Just take a guess.
Bigger than your head.
Those are big nipples, man. That's pretty big. I mean, somebody's nipples got to be that big, right, Speedy? How about mom's?
No.
We're
not going there.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. All right. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradionipples.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Reno Johnny, and we call this Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
All right, Reno Johnny, we have a little bit of time here, so we're gonna have to move this forward. I know you're sleeping and relaxing and getting ready to hang out with the wife. So, and Speedy is not slipping in the bed, so I'm sorry we can't help you there. But Speedy will send you a nice little kiss before you go to bed. Okay, is that better for you?
Yeah, that'll work.
He'll blow you a kiss,
Yeah.
Speedy.
Where did I go last week, Speedy?
You were 1-2 last week. Unfortunately, the Knicks let you down. They were winning the whole time, and they blew it.
How many times have you spit on something, Speedy, before?
God damn Knicks.
50.
50. It's got to be more than that. You spit on a lot of things.
Not deliberately.
Oh, went to overtime too that Knicks game.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Well, somebody's got to throw up. Anyways, Reno Johnny, you ready to give us your top four of
Yeah,
the?
But yeah, we're rolling today. So I have two plays that actually start in about 50 minutes because it is March Madness. We got tournament games. There have been tournament games since 10:30 a.m. local time, and they start at 10:30 p.m. So we've been rolling all day. We are 4-0 today. So I got two more plays. Tread lightly, right? We've already had ourselves a hell of a day, so we're bringing the units down a little bit, to guarantee a big profit. However, Montana versus Northern Colorado, 146.5. I think it's ticked up now to 147. I like it all the way to 150. They played twice. First time, kind of the beginning of conference play, feeling each other out. The last time they played, they cracked 160. We're getting about 14 points of what I think is good value. I understand in tournament time it may slow down a little bit, but overall pace is really good. Both teams are in the top 25 in terms of effective field goal percentage, and they rank outside the top 210 in terms of defensive effective field goal percentage. So I feel like we're going to get a lot of offense. a back and forth affair. It's a 2.5 point spread. The lean is Montana. I like Montana because as a program, they've been here, they've done it. I think they're the lean, but I really like the points in this game. I think it's going to be a close game, maybe overtime, knock down some free throws late, something of that sort. Crack the 146.5, bet it all the way up to 150. I am at 146.5, but I said it lines up now at 147, so that's a great play for me. The other game I like is Grand Canyon. They playing UT Arlington in the first round of their conference tournament, and they played twice as well. They have a 7-point win by Grand Canyon on the road, and then 2 games later they won by 14 at home. Neutral side for this game. I like Grand Canyon. They're the much better shooting team. They don't shoot a lot of threes and they don't shoot them that well, but their defense creates a lot of turnovers. They're top 30 in turnover margins in the NCAA, and they play a team in UT Arlington that's outside the top 300. College basketball, 300 some teams are outside the top 300 in terms of offensive turnovers. So they turn the ball over 20% of their possessions. That is an insane mark. I think extra possessions in the open court gets Grand Canyon running a little bit. I think they run away with this early and they kind of hold off late. So I'm going to
As long as she's using 2 wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Just damn recording there. And then tomorrow, I had to look at this game a little bit. I wanted to make sure we had no injuries because the line just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But we're going to go to the Atlantic 10 conference. Every year, I really key in on a few of the smaller conferences. I love my Mountain West. This year, I didn't bet the Mountain West as much. I kept an eye on it, of course. It was just harder to read. But the A10 provided some great opportunities for me. We're going to see St. Bonaventure laying a 1.5 versus Duquesne. They played this team twice. A close win the second time by St. Bonaventure. Duquesne actually won by about, I think it was 18 points in the first matchup, which is why I think that spreads the way it is. St. Bonaventure is actually one of the better teams in the A10 over the last month. They played some really good basketball. They've really strung together some wins. They had a good win on Davidson's court. And on their senior night last time out, a game that I actually faded St. Bonaventure on. I think St. Bonaventure gets past this round. I'd probably I'm going to be on the money line. You can lay the 1.5, but I've seen too many buzzer beaters with 1-point games. I love St. Bonaventure to win that game tomorrow. I think St. Bonaventure is a dark horse to win the A10. Watch for them in the tournament. They'll continue to get points. If they win the first round, they'll get some points going into round 2, round 3. They'll be on my radar for a while. And then my last game for Let's Parlay. And I'm pulling up my notes here. And that, by the way, that Duquesne game is the first thing in the morning tomorrow. Last game is going to be Davidson plus 3.5. This is a team that really struggled down the stretch. The line just doesn't make a lot of sense. I thought this would be more about 5 or 6. It's at 3.5. I think that they're telling us something there. I think they're trying to get some St. Louis money. I don't really want a part of it. I will say St. Louis, they picked up a couple from in Swope and Avila. Remember Indiana State, the Sycamores last year. That was they lost in their conference tournament to not go to the NCAA. People think they got shafted. Those guys transferred to St. Louis. I thought it was kind of a weird place for them, but they did transfer. Didn't work out well. They played better as of late. I think Davidson's in a really buy low spot. I think there's a little bit of value there at 3.5. I'm going to be on them. I think we have a close game down there in the A10. So I got 2 A10 games. I have the Grand Canyon game tonight, and then we have the another ticket punch game with Montana versus Northern Colorado.
All right, Reno Johnny, you are wonderful. I don't care. So I just want to let you know, but I'm just kidding.
By the way, they did get screwed last year, and I hope the committee enjoyed Virginia's 41 points or whatever they scored.
Who?
The hell is ass cheese?
Last
I
year,
never heard of
Virginia when they got in over Indiana State in the tournament.
Oh yeah. And I think it's one of those things where the Mountain West might have messed it up. A few years ago, Mountain West had like 6 teams, and they all lost in the first round, except for that was the year San Diego State did go far, and we were like, man, thank God for them because nobody else did well. It's just harder to get those smaller schools a chance when you have bigger schools with the name that are having a good season. There's going to be some snubs this year. I think St. Bonnie, there's a lot of these schools that only way in is to win. So that's what makes conference tournaments. Yeah, and the CAA, I see you said Delaware. Yeah, they were terrible, and they actually covered. I think they ended up covering that game at 9.5. They were right there, down 2 or 3 with like 3 minutes to go in the game. So conference tournaments are really, really insane. I think it's
That's how you shave.
better time of the year for me. So I mean, I make really good money here.
You need to shave, man. Shave for the tournament, my friend.
Can't
Shave for the tournament.
can't until after the tournament. That's the deal.
Well, Speedy doesn't shave in any spot, so and that's not has anything to do with the tournament. So, yeah, if you want to do him a favor, buy him a Manscaped so he can shave in many unique areas.
No offense. If you buy me that, I'll just burn it right in front of him.
Okay.
Sound like a frat boy.
Well,
Why would he? Anyways, Reno, we love you. Thank you.
I'll be back next week because next week we got it'll be tournament time next week. Next Wednesday.
Time, and Speedy is playing with himself as we speak right now, getting ready for it. Right, Speedy?
Let's do it.
Look at
I'll
that.
talk to y'all next week.
No, just don't help him, okay? He doesn't need any help. I think he does need help, actually.
To make some money, I hope he makes some money.
Yes, you can help make money. I'm not going into sexual scenarios.
I do have a question because you did read off our records. You read off like me and Wes's records on the show.
Mhm.
Like, do y'all bet our plays?
I'm not good with online money, but I know I've recommended your place to other people though. I definitely have done
Speedy
that.
recommends.
I look at it like if y'all had bet all of our plays the same amount, y'all would be making some money.
Oh, I told Chaz to like track that over time because he's better with that with the actual like how much you actually make in these odds and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
I
I mean, my odds are always going to be minus 110, maybe plus money. I'm never betting like minus 500. I'm never going to give that out. But
99% of the world would.
But no, I've definitely recommended all your plays though. So
Okay.
other people.
I mean, yeah, because I know on the show the records are great.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's because you're not following the plays. That's why you don't care.
Big boy.
Hey, Petey, can you take that away from him?
I will. The last time like 2 weeks ago, it fell. So we have to be very, very fragile with it.
Oh, shut up, Speedy. Anyways, Reno, we love you. We love you. You like that, Reno? Joe, come on, man.
I don't like it.
Bag of donuts over there.
Yeah, you like that one? I like it.
I don't like it.
All right. How about mine? You like the Willy Whoppers? Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers! You like that one?
Nah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't think I think you need more time with it to put it in the right spots.
Are you a meat bender? How about that one? You like that?
No,
one?
I'm not a fan. I'll talk to y'all next week. Hopefully we got a nice little 4-0 day here.
There you go. 4-0 and slap that ass, right?
That's it.
You're going to get a chance to slap that ass. I know you're waiting for it. Anyways, Reno, Johnny, thank you.
We'll see
We
you.
love you. We love you. You love the board. Stop lying to yourself. Anyways.
Not a fan.
Oh, stop it. Here, I got one for you. Have you ever sniffed lines? Thickness. You love it. Anyways, Reno, Johnny, let's parlay. Fantastic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know everybody's been waiting for this. We've been waiting carefully as we have the O himself, the Goodster, and all of you guys can kiss my rear end as we call this Pound for Pound.
This is Pound for Pound.
I'm coming for you. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and Michigan, most ruthless champion there's ever been. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to another game of Pound for Pound.
Pound it, right, Speedy?
So
this is you and Owen.
I'm a disturbing person. The harder
Speedy,
the better.
we're going to have the clock up, and you're going to manage the buzzer for this one, and it's going to be 3 rounds. Owen's going to play in place of Joba, who had to leave tonight. So we will get the screen up like this and put Owen up in this spot. And pound for pound. So basically the way it goes is this one tonight is pound for pound, top 5 fan bases of all time. So I asked the guys to send me their top 5 lists. We have very different lists. You only have one in common to start round 1 of tonight's game. Are you guys ready to play?
I am.
Heck
Very
yeah.
much so.
All right. So
Yeah,
you guys are going to go in this round. Whoever makes the argument for this one team that you guys had in common wins the round. And we will have a much longer round 2. And the team is the New York Yankees. Owen, tell us why the Yankees deserve to be considered one of the top 5 pound for pound fan bases.
Listen, I didn't put this one on here. Joba played for him, and he said that should be on here. So never been to a Yankees game, don't know much about them. So I am conceding this one to Errol and gonna let him have it. But Joba said they were great.
That was a 15-second take of concession. Errol.
Wow.
All I could say is the bleacher creatures, okay? Screaming out names during the game, calling people names during the game. The fans are crazy. They could be some people's thoughts of being the worst fans, but loud, ambitious, crazy, and they're all about winning. Yankees are all about winning, and the fans are all about winning and losing, but it's an organization that's always had a loud crowd, always sell out practically every single game. They go to a ton of games, win or lose. The fans love it. And by the way, guess what? No matter where you go, there's a Yankee fan all over the place. It don't matter if it's a Dodger game and the Yankees aren't there. You're going to see somebody wearing a Yankees hat. The Yankees are as big as any team in any organization around the world. So that's why the Yankees are there.
Yeah, would have been my number 1. Neither one of your guys number 1 though. So we will see interesting ones as we go forward. So Errol, you're gonna take round 1 by default, basically here. So now we're gonna go into the versus round. So now, Owen, you went first. So Errol's gonna go first in this round, and he's gonna have a minute to explain it, and then you're gonna have basically 30 seconds plus to give a rebuttal on why that team shouldn't be in that top 5. Errol, one of the ones you have that Owen does not have are the New York Knickerbockers. Tell us why Knicks fans should be in the top 5 pound for pound of all time list.
It's pretty simple. You go to a Knicks game and they sell out every single game. Win, lose, or draw, they sell out every single game. The Knicks for 25 years have been one of the worst organizations in all of sports, and they sell out every single game. It doesn't matter. You go to a Laker and Knicks game, even if it's a bad Knicks team, you go to LA, they sell out those games. You go out to OKC and the Knicks are there, they sell out those games. How about at the 76ers game in the playoffs? Knicks fans showed up and screwed the 76ers and dominated over there in Philadelphia. Knicks fans are all over the place. The fans are there. And you ask anybody in professional sports, and especially with New York, what team do you value more than any team in New York? And I guarantee you all the New York fans will tell you the New York Knicks. The Knicks are one, if not the most popular New York team. They're right there with the Yankees, and they sell out every game. So suck it, Owen. Suck it.
All right. Speedy, you got to hit the buzzer.
No, he ended on time before it went out.
You still hit the buzzer when the time's out, dude. All right, Owen, you got 30 seconds. Tell us why Knicks fans don't belong on this list.
It's simple. They sell out because they come to see the stars, not the Knicks. Listen, the athletes that come there show out. Steph Curry, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. They all have their best games against the Knicks. You know why? People come flooding in there to watch those guys play. They don't come to watch the lousy Knicks with their lousy teams that haven't won anything in the last 30 years. It's about the stars that come to New York City, not Knicks. And that's why they're terrible.
Really? Really?
Whoa.
That was a really strong point. It's actually been 50 years, Owen. You're selling it a little short here.
Well, we were doing 30 years on this.
Being terrible.
So you're one question, Owen, before you get to that. There are not many stars on all those teams, and they're still selling out those games. So they're coming to see, I don't know, nobody with the Wizards. They sell out games with the Wizards. There is
John
nobody
Wall.
there.
Hey, John Wall used to play for the Wizards.
I'm not
They play
talking
when it
about
comes
John Wall.
to
I'm talking about before John Wall. They sucked.
I
So
thought
you're
you
gonna
were
tell me
talking about coming to see the sport, somebody coming to see the music stars and movie stars.
Yeah, that too. It's not just the NBA
Yeah.
stars.
They
Stop.
got the director down there who likes to watch the Knicks.
And why
I
do
think
all
Bill-
the players want to win in New York and want to
Mike
play over
Lee.
the
Oh
Knicks?
yeah,
Look,
you guys.
So here's the thing, Owen. Despite the fact you make valid points,
You're New York
get the
biased.
hell out of here. That's a ridiculous take. The Knicks have the best fans. We love basketball. We know
They do.
basketball.
Honestly,
We have
Yeah,
great
because-
guys representing us as fans, like Ben Stiller, as
really
the guy
I
in
call
line.
him a great guy, but yeah, sure.
He's one of my favorite comedians growing up. For sure.
One of the best owners of all time too.
Oh,
He's just
it's
killing
not-
it.
Look, we don't talk about him. He's put himself. He can go screw up the Rangers right now. He takes turns. He's screwing up the Rangers. It's all right. Let the Knicks cook right now. That's what's going on. All right, moving on.
All right.
Owen.
Why is Dane playing right now? This
Oh,
guy-
and I am a little upset at Errol for this one, so I'm going to give Errol that first one. But I don't know how Errol's going to win this next point. Errol,
I
this is
love
a
this.
challenge for you.
I know who it is.
Here's one that you didn't put on your list, Errol. You did not put the Cameron Crazies of Duke on your top 5 list. Owen, tell us why Duke has the top 5, one of the top 5 all-time fan bases.
Yeah, listen, those guys stay out 24 hours before games, get intense, paint their faces. They're on the court. They're ready to go. They're juiced up all the time. They have the most sellout streak at over 500 games in college basketball. So they show up, they sell out. They're loud. They're crazy. They beat teams when they play. They're at an 88% win percentage at Cameron Indoor. So they win. Their fans are loud. There's not much else to say. They had Krzyzewski for the longest time, and now they got Cooper Flagg to root for. They're going to be loud again in the conference tournament. And they travel. They show up to places, and they're all over. They got some in Nebraska, and that's saying something.
All right. We'll end that one a little bit short. Errol, I know you're a big Duke fan.
I'm a huge Duke fan.
Huge?
Huge.
Talk your way out of this one. You got 30 seconds.
Okay. It's pretty simple. It's a college basketball team. All right. That's all I'm going to say. It's not an NBA. It's not an NFL. It's not an MLB team. I love Duke. But by the way, when was the last time Duke won a championship? Okay, come on. Give me a break. Their football team stinks. Their football team stinks. Their lacrosse team's their best team, even better than a basketball team. And you're going to sit here and you're going to say, hey, Duke is on the top 5? No way. I would never put Duke on the top 5. For all these championship teams that we can name, no way Duke's in the top 5.
So Knicks can't be on your list then because they haven't won a championship.
That's true, but it's a professional basketball team that sells out. They sell out still.
They probably have more.
Every college basketball team sells out. Every single one of them.
Not
All right. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this argument out of you, Errol Marks. I'm giving the point to Owen. All right. Moving the other way. Owen, there's one that's on. I'm sorry, Errol. One for you. I'm sorry. That's on your list that Owen doesn't have. The Green Bay
Tigers.
Packers of the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
How could you not put the Green Bay Packers, one of the more known football teams of all time, great teams, greatest coach of all time, you can argue, one of the great quarterbacks. You have Brett Favre, you have Aaron Rodgers, you have Bart Starr. And by the way, the fans actually go to the games with no shirts and just underwear on and sit out there in the cold with the number 0 up in the cold frozen tundra. Okay. It is freezing over there and the fans are dedicated. They sell out every single game. By the way, they don't even have an owner. The fans own them. Okay. They're the biggest. If you want to argue, you talk about the Cowboys, you talk about the Green Bay Packers, and you talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are the 3 franchises that have always stuck out when it comes to football and their fan base. There's no question the Green Bay Packers should be on your list because they're one of the greatest franchise and winningest franchise, and they always sell out their games no matter who's playing at the quarterback position. So suck it, Owen. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I love your like finishing move at the end of all of these. Recently. Fantastic. Owen, you got 30 seconds to give us a comeback on why the Packers
can't wait to hear
don't
this.
belong on a top 5 pound for pound list of all time fan bases.
Yeah, for me, I've been there. I went to a 49ers Packer game on Monday Night Football. It was the hype of the hype. Packers fans didn't show up. You know who outsold them? The 49ers fans, because they don't care about anything. Packers fans live in little la la land of Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre. They eat too many cheese curds. They're not loud. Freaking the third string quarterback of the 49ers almost beat them. And all we could hear was bang, bang, Niner gang. They're not loud. They don't do anything. And they just eat cheese curds.
When was the last time San Francisco won a championship, buddy?
They beat the Packers 2 years ago
When
in
did they
Lambeau.
win? When did they win?
In the
When did they win?
Lambeau.
Where did they win?
So
that's right. Then the 1990s. Okay.
it don't matter. They still beat the Packers consistently in the playoffs.
Does that mean their fans aren't good enough? Give me a break.
Yeah,
They'll
they're not
sell
loud.
out. It don't matter how cold it is. Go over there in San Francisco. Did they sell out all their games when they were shitty? Okay, please.
Sure they
I
did.
remember when they were shitty before Jim Harbaugh was there. They couldn't even sell out every single game. So stop it, Owen. Stop it.
I'm giving this one to Errol. I can't. I know you might be right about the current state of that fan base, possibly the game that you saw them when the 49ers were hot. I don't know. I just know that there's no reason anyone should be having a football professional team in a town like Green Bay, Wisconsin, and they're able to pull it off because the fan base is that rabid about them. So it's got to be the case. So I'm going to that one to Errol. Let's go the other way. Owen, I got it. There's a very similar type of an answer here. You picked the Bills Mafia.
Yeah.
Tell us why the Bills Mafia are a top 5 fan base of all time.
Well, one, Buffalo has to be a miserable place to live. Snowy, cold, especially during football season. They have to light stuff on fire and jump through it to get excited for their games. It snows 2 foot. Their fans are in the stadium shoveling snow, getting ready for games. They're loud. They're insane. They're throwing snowballs. Like I said, you're jumping off buses onto tables that are burning to get pumped for their game, chugging beers. They have the Bills Mafia. They have a nickname, not just the Green Bay Packer fans. You know, they have a nickname for their for their team. They've been more loud recently since success with Josh Allen, but people go there. They show up. They get there early. Everybody says they have the best tailgates around, and everybody wants to go be a part of it. That's what I said. Jump through fire tables, break legs for their team. It's just a crazy fan base.
All right, Errol. This is a tough one to argue. You got 30 seconds on the clock. Why are the Bills Mafia not a top 5 pound for pound fan base of all time?
Any fans that jump through a burning table are idiots. I rest my case. Horrible, stupid organization of fans. I wouldn't go there. It's cold. And the only fans that show up there are the Buffalo Bills fans. And you go to the Kansas City. Kansas City's just as good. And by the way, when was the last time the Buffalo Bills have won? You're right. They never won. So who cares? Buffalo fans, they're idiots. You want to say that's perfect for them? Perfect. Everybody sells out in the NFL. Anybody that's good.
I would say that makes them even better fan base because they haven't won. So
Dude,
they still get crazy.
To a burning table are a bunch of idiots. That doesn't make them smart. It makes them fans.
Smart doesn't have to be the case. If you wanted smartest fan bases, we could have done a different.
You can't even argue that. Everybody sells out their football games.
Not true.
Carolina.
So I went to college in Buffalo, and I was there for the genesis, I believe, of all this. When my roommates, who were diehard Bills fans, went bare-chested in the snow, the Monday Night Football game,
Three
of
guys.
the J.P. Lossman Bills
Three
versus
guys.
the Brady Quinn
Three
Browns,
guys.
and it was
Three guys.
absolute horrible conditions. And guess what? We're painting their
All
bare
right, just
chests,
give them a
the
point.
punter's
Get it over
jerseys.
with. We got it.
And they're going out there getting drinks all night. These guys are nuts, bro. You have no idea. Bills Mafia is for real. I love those guys. We have Errol.
Top
We got the
5
next
of all
one.
time?
Top 5.
Top 5 of all time? No way. No way is the Bills the top 5 of all time. No way. That's all I'm going to say.
They're pretty hardcore. Pretty hardcore. I will say
take
this:
Kansas City fans,
in college,
Giant fans. I'll take Eagle fans. I'll take Green Bay Packer fans,
So-
and I'll definitely take the Pittsburgh Steeler fans over the Bills.
you Nebraskan. I was right. You Nebraskan wouldn't understand the dynamics of New York State a little bit, but here's the deal: in Buffalo, which is 6 hours away from Errol, 6.5 hours away.
Been there.
I would go to college there, and there's like a third of the kids are from downstate, and then everyone else is from over like Western New York, and they do not get along. The people from Long Island, especially, do not get along with the people from Western New York. It is like that's the beginning of the Midwest, Buffalo, I would say. And like they talk like that. And you're not gonna have wings. You're gonna have buffalo. You're not gonna have buffalo wings. You're in Buffalo. Don't say buffalo wings. Just wings or chicken wings. Talk like that.
I do not
in New York.
speak
This is
that.
Errol. He lives in New York. That's how he
I
talks.
do not speak like that.
You don't talk like that.
I do not talk like that. Where
He
did
speaks Jersey Shore.
I'll say this:
Well,
have you ever
like-
gone to an Italian restaurant, Errol? An Italian restaurant, and have a waitress come up to you and go with a bunch of cheese and go, "Would you like that permed?"
Yes,
Because that's what happens. In
He doesn't do
Buffalo,
that because he
with
eats
that
chicken
weird
tenders
accent.
and
I do. I love my chicken.
applesauce.
Applesauce is good.
Applesauce.
Applesauce, cinnamon. You gotta have cinnamon on it. Cinnamon applesauce.
You know
My
it's
favorite.
baby food, right?
You know,
Yeah,
you guys are sleeping on the LSU Tigers fan base. Just I hope that was at least in the top 5.
It was a thought, but it's not there. All right.
That's for 100% in the top 5 fan base.
Let's go.
All right, so let's move on. Errol, here's yours. You have the Dallas Cowboys fans on this list. Tell us why they're a top 5 pound for pound fan base.
Because they absolutely stink every single year, and they show up and sell out games. They show up, they're out there, they pack their friggin' stadium parking lots. I've been to Dallas. I've been to that Dallas Cowboy game. They're no matter how bad they are. And by the way, here in New York, they have Dallas Cowboy bars to go to, and they pack out just to watch them play the Giants. Here in New York, everywhere you go, there's a Dallas Cowboy fan. Even when the Dallas Cowboy stinks, there's a fan somewhere to be found. You go to a Giant game, they pack out half the stadium. I don't understand it. They stink so bad. It doesn't matter where they are in this world. There's a Dallas. They are the Yankees of the NFL. No matter where they are or where you are, there is a Dallas Cowboy fan right around the corner. It's just they're I don't know what it is. They're America's team. So I don't get it, but they have a tremendous fan base in football.
All right, Owen, I feel like you have thoughts about this one. You had like a visceral reaction when I said Dallas Cowboys.
I
Tell
can't
us
wait
why
to
they
hear
don't
this.
belong on this fan base doesn't belong on a top 5 pound for pound list.
Well, my first thought is that they weren't even supposed to be called America's team first. There's a different team that was supposed to get that nickname, and they declined it, and they just gave second string to the Dallas Cowboys. Now nobody even calls them America's team because of how bad they've been. They've been terrible. Their Dallas fans have no idea who to trust in Jerry Jones. They don't know what they're talking about as football. So they're uneducated morons that might have a lot of money and have nothing better to do on Sundays than go watch a trash organization with a trash football team.
They have the biggest stadium of football, and they pack it out every single game.
Oh, and while I thoroughly enjoyed the teardown of the Dallas Cowboys,
no
it
way.
wasn't much of an argument against Errol's points. So I'm giving the point.
They
to
said
Errol.
America's teams.
All right, let's get out of America for a second because Owen's got one out of left field here. Real
Madrid. Nice.
Real Madrid. Tell us why they're a top 5 pound for pound. El Fanbeso.
I mean, if I was doing a little research, it said that they have 490 million fans as their fan base. That's the biggest in the world, by the way. They pack out their stadium of over 80,000 people, 88,000 people to be exact. They actually are relevant in the United States for soccer. People wear Real Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mbappe jerseys. They make sure that they are known around everywhere. Literally, if you go on TikTok, Facebook, anything, you see Real Madrid stuff. Their colors are prominent. Everybody knows them. They're on TV here in the United States. And I said 490 million fans. That's more than anybody can attest to. Nobody can compete. They're probably the number one fan base in the world. And we're not talking just the United States. You said the world earlier with the Knicks. Knicks don't even have 490 million fans.
You went that way. I could have went with cricket because there are cricket teams that have bigger fan bases.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, Errol, you got
really
30
want to
seconds.
go that route? You want to go to soccer? Get out of here. Are you serious?
That was a good call right there, bud.
All right, Errol, you got 30 seconds.
Argument to it. I mean, you're going through soccer and we're arguing this? Please. By the way, maybe over there they are. And over here, nobody gives a crap about soccer, okay? We're here in the world, and the 3 or the 4 big sports all go hockey, basketball, football, and baseball. Nobody gives a crap about soccer. It's the reason why the United States soccer team always stinks here for the men's. Nobody cares about Real Madrid or any of those things. I care about their colors. They only like their jerseys.
You said best fan bases. We didn't say in the United States.
He said Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. Real Madrid. That's right.
Joey Bag of Donuts over there.
Real Madrid.
I don't know.
Real
I
Madrid.
feel like picking Real Madrid here is kind of like, I don't know.
That's cheating.
That's a cheat code. That's a win.
It is kind of a cheat code. I didn't say he couldn't do it, so I can't say it's wrong. So I guess I have to give him the point for that one. Let's go. We got one more each. Errol, you've got Lakers fans up on your list. Tell us why Lakers fans are top 5 pound for pound.
Greatest organization in basketball in history. But the Bus family really changed the way you look at a basketball team. The fans back out every single game. Yes, they have Hollywood stars there, but just like the Knicks, they sell out every game. Even when Kobe Bryant was hurt and they had players you never even heard of, they sold out the games. It didn't matter, and they still don't matter. And by the way, they play in the same stadium as the LA Clippers, who don't sell out games. The Lakers sell out games. That's all I'm going to say about that. There's really nothing to say. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Jerry West. I could go on and on and on. Greatness. And by the way, the fans are all over the place. Here in New York, everywhere. By the way, you're a Laker fan too, buddy. Every single fan's out there. They're just like the Yankees in basketball. And as far as I'm concerned, in professional sports, if you don't know who the Lakers are, shame on you. Go to hell. The Lakers, greatest, one of the greatest franchises of all time, and the best fans in basketball. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, Owen. This is like kind of like when you got to
oxymoron. Let's hear it, Owen.
Let's go, Owen. 30 seconds.
I mean, the Lakers do have a wide variety of fans at their place, though. They dim the lights. They're not very loud. They're not a good home court advantage. They had the Jerry West Showgirls. That was the attraction, not the Lakers, until they got Magic Johnson and those guys.
Oh, okay.
But overall, the Lakers are a great organization, great fan base. I just don't. I mean, I wouldn't put them in my top 5 of all time.
This guy's a Lakers fan, and he didn't put him in his
there's not much I can say. I'm screwed. I'm a Lakers fan. What do you want me to say? Except the Clippers don't play with the Lakers anymore. So you're wrong on that.
All right. So here is the interesting thing about this round. It all comes down to this because you guys have held serve on each of your ones. But Owen, you have a tough one because you've got to explain why the Nebraska Cornhusker fans are a top 5 pound for pound of all time. Go ahead, Owen. 60 seconds.
Yeah, so we have 403 consecutive football sellout streak. We packed the place out at 93,000, which is bigger than the stadiums you guys are talking about. So in a small market, we pack it 93,000. And if we're talking about fan bases in whole, we have the world record for largest women's event at 93,000 fans for a volleyball game. So not only is it women's sports, it's men's sports, it's boxing, it's bowling, it's baseball, it's softball. We're packing the house for every single game. And when we go on the road, go look at the Colorado game from 2 years ago, all red. Go look at when we played Notre Dame in the 90s, all red. It's always been that way. We travel everywhere. There's Husker bars all over. I could go down to Orlando and type in on a website Husker bars, and there'd be like 10, 12, 14 of them. We travel, we're everywhere, and we're the largest fan base on this list.
Larger than Real Madrid's 495 million?
On Errol's list. No 490 million.
Errol, do you want more than 30 seconds on this one?
It's pretty. I don't need any more. I've got the answer to this. I got the answer.
Go ahead.
By the way, as it was rated recently, the most annoying fans in college sports, Cornhusker fans. Just so you know, I just looked it up. Look at the top 10 college fans in all of sports. LSU Tigers #1, Michigan Wolverines #2, Notre Dame #3, Texas Longhorns #4, Oklahoma Sooners #5, Georgia Bulldogs #6, Tennessee Volunteers #7, #8 the Gators, #9 the Cornhuskers. How the hell could you put them in your top 5 of all time? What are you drinking, Owen?
Listen,
you lost?
We've sucked for the last 20 years, and we still sell it out at 93,000.
Oh, I'll give you a sellout. You're a sellout. I'll take your Cornhuskers and shove a corn up your ass.
Name one that has the world's largest women's record. Hey, that's all fan base. That's all fan base.
Stop it.
I mean, that's tough. You're not going to impress him. He has the Guinness Book of World Record for icy hot on genitals. So it's
not technically though Guinness Book of World Record because they wanted to see it live.
It's unofficial. It's unofficial.
We're getting close.
It's unofficial.
As long as she's dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Owen, you're gonna lose round 2 and the game for this decision to put the Huskers up there.
I feel like a Knicks
I do admire how much
Knicks
pride
fan
you
can't
have.
tell me anything. This is biased.
Have you ever been to a
You
Knicks
can't
fan?
tell me
Have
nothing.
you ever,
That's what Kanye West used to say.
dude, I'm going to tell you how the Knicks fans work. I'm going to tell you something. The Knicks got out of the first round a couple of years ago for the first time in a very long time. Do you know what the Knicks fans were doing outside of the stadium? They were doing what the Eagle fans were doing when they won a Super Bowl. They were going crazy. They were going nuts like they won an NBA title when they didn't win anything. They won a first-round playoff round, okay? That's what New York Knicks fans do. They're out of there
when we win 7 games.
All right, let's do round 3, and we'll settle it right here. We're going to show it because the game's already over. Errol won because he won both rounds. But here are the lists.
Let's see the
Errol,
list.
I couldn't believe you had to argue against Duke. I know, but I'm just going to pull it up to completion here. He actually put the Huskers #1 overall of all time. Real Madrid, Yankees, Duke, and the Bills Mafia for Owen. Errol had the Cowboys on top of the Yankees, followed by the Lakers, Knicks, and Packers. As a Knicks fan, I don't know if I'd put the Knicks up there. I have a lot of pride in the Knicks, but I feel like you're kind of delusional, Owen, thinking the Huskers belong on this
should
list.
be college football.
The Huskers
on my
and
1 through 5.
College
LSU's
football.
crazy. Ole Miss, the tailgating there is crazy. It should be all college football teams, 1 through 5, if you're being honest.
What are you?
I mean, I would have picked Yankees would have been up there. LSU would have been up there.
If you go to a game, you can't even hear yourself speak. At Knicks games, are like, get your popcorn. You can hear it perfectly fine.
I have no bias there from you, Goody. Dude, if you gone to a Knicks game,
Listen,
you
no,
have
but
no idea what you're talking about.
LSU has a live tiger that they bring out.
It is one of the best fan bases. I also would say Dodgers are pretty high up there as well. They travel very well.
Dude, they travel. They don't show up to their games.
They don't blew up both his hands for a World
They're
Series
horrible
championship.
Dodger fans. Absolutely horrible.
They're the only team.
Cities.
They're the only team that when I was with New York, they were the only team that showed up over the Yankees fans, and they had this big ass LA like blanket type deal banner thing they posted out in left field. They were all waving it, and I was like, are we in LA or is this New York? It was the only time I'd ever seen anything like that at Yankee Stadium. LA Dodgers showed out. So maybe there's just a lot of LA fans in New York. I don't know, but I'm just saying.
I'm sure there is. I mean, no, not LA Dodgers, Brooklyn Dodger fans. There's a lot of Brooklyn Dodger fans over here. I know because I know a bunch of Dodger fans over here just because they grew up Brooklyn Dodger fans. So when they moved out,
that was the real thing. I grew up in Brooklyn, and there were a lot of Brooklyn hats people would wear all the time.
Dodger fans. So.
Well, it was an LA sign, so whatever. Dodger fans. So.
They became LA Dodger fans after they moved to LA because they're the Brooklyn Dodgers. That's what they really are. I mean, I'm just saying.
It was wild.
I'm sure it's wild, but I'm going to tell you this right now. The reason why I put the Cowboys up front is, dude, everywhere I look, I see a freaking Cowboy freaking banner, hat, like, on their cars. I mean, I can't say, dude, I see license plates with Cowboys on it all over New York. It makes me sick.
Red Sox are another one. Red Sox are another one.
They have good fans, but they also disgusting too. So are the Yankees. I can't lie, but whatever.
I have a feeling we're going to do a worst fan bases one at some point in the future, and I think
we could also pick some of those for worst fan bases as well.
That's what we were saying. We couldn't decide if we want to do best or worst, so I think we did the right thing. That was a good game. That was pound for pound, everybody.
I had fun with it. Don't worry. Listen, Owen.
We're not worrying.
There's always room for losers. I'm just letting you know.
You ain't first, you're last.
One of my favorite movies, by the way. I love it. And Brittany hates Ricky.
I love Joe Dirt too. It's great.
Joe Dirt's great.
Oh, I love Joe Dirt. Oh man,
it's Joe Dirte.
Yeah, Dirte. Yes, dirty man. Dirty response. What happened here, Speedy? I lost something. I did lose it. Damn it. Ah, man.
You've got my man, Joe Dirt, all wrong.
Oh,
say it again. I'll stab you in the face with a soldering
I'm from New York. I mean, Kansas.
Kansas is right. I'm lost here. But here it is. There it is. Oh, here. Speaking of somebody that's lost something, he's lost a lot of things, including his woman. Tiger Woods announced yesterday on social media that he will get surgery for a ruptured left Achilles and likely won't play for the rest of the season. Not surprised. He suffered pain in his Achilles while training at home. What was he doing? I wonder. Stop watching porno. And called the pain sharp. Ooh. What is he yanking? His doctor, Charlton Stucken, what a name, said that the surgery was successful and he expects Tiger to make a full recovery. Rory McIlroy believes that Tiger won't play again this season, but still expects him to return to golf next season. Tiger said he wants to keep playing long into his 50s. He is currently 49 years old. Tiger has 82 career PGA Tour wins, tied for the most ever with Sam Snead, and has 15 career major wins, second only to Jack Nicklaus, who has 18. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple here. Tiger Woods got to stop, yanking his chunk or, doing whatever he does at home, because it seems like he's always getting hurt. Whatever he's playing, if he's playing the 2-hole game.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Whatever he's playing at home, it might not really help him. But nevertheless, Tiger's not winning another PGA Tour championship. He's never going to win. He's only out there to sell, and that's what he's trying to do. And listen, he is one of the greatest golfers of all time. He's never going to be Jack Nicklaus. You can argue that you would put him in your top 3, but some people wouldn't. To me, in the last 3 years, he hasn't won anything and hasn't done anything. He won one PGA championship, in the last 4 seasons?
2019,
yeah. It's been a long time. I don't think you're going to see another championship come out of this man. That doesn't mean he isn't great. That doesn't mean that he wasn't special. That doesn't mean you couldn't consider him the greatest golfer of all time or having the greatest run we've ever seen a golfer have in the time that he was sensational. And he took golf to another level when it came to endorsements and money and bringing so much to golf, including porno stars and, Playboy models and whatever he was doing in his part-time work. There's no doubt losing Tiger Woods in the PGA Tour. It hurts the PGA, but how much? He's not. It really means nothing. He's not one of the top 5 players. He's not one of the top 10 players. He's not even a top 100 player. Who the hell cares if Tiger Woods is there? It really doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter anything. The only thing that matters is when is his son going to break through and play professional golf. That's all I care about, is when his son actually, what's his name? What's his son's name? I don't even know his son's name. Tiger Jr.
Charlie.
There it is. When Charlie, and by the way, Charlie's doing more amazing things than his father in the tabloids. Hole-in-ones, and boy, oh boy, he's going to get a hole-in-one after his father teaches him. Nevertheless, this guy is done. I do believe you're going to see Tiger Woods, but not for the better. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I was under the belief even for like a decade ago that he wasn't going to break that majors record when he's having all the back injuries and all the shoulder injuries that he was having. And the 2019 was a very great win at the Masters. Very underdog
lucky
story. But again, you're expecting that kind of thing like every 5 or 6 years. You're not going to be able to break that record. And just with all the other injuries he's had, it's going to be very combined. He's definitely the most influential golfer. When we did our
is he ever
our best athletes bracket game, I believe he made our Final 4 because of that. Yeah, he's definitely his place in history for golf, influence wise, just bringing popularity to the game with the video games and stuff like that. Big, but yeah, I can't see him breaking this record. He'll break Snead's record. I think he'll do win 1 or 2 more overall championships, but the majors, it's going to be very hard.
I don't even know if he'll come back from this injury. He's had 13 surgeries, and if this Achilles injury is true, he might just be the voice and the face of golf, along with Rory, doing that TGL thing, kind of just slumming it and making $1 billion, But I don't even know if the Achilles thing's real. His mom was his greatest hero. She passed away, and he took some time off of TGL. He played one event coming back, and he said he didn't want to play in the Players before because of her. And then all of a sudden he tears his Achilles. It might just be a way to get out for the year and not have the limelight on him. And people asking, when you coming back? When you coming back? When you coming back? Now he can just take the year off and come back next year. He's got a bunch of exemptions in the Masters, the Opens, so he can play any major he wants, but it's not going to be for championships. It's just going to be.
If there's anybody I would take golf from, it's you, because I know you're a big golf fan. So I'll take in what you say. He's never coming back.
And if you're looking at the kids, you better look at John Daly's kid, because he's twice as good as Charlie Woods. He's killing it.
Does he drink like his father?
Goody's boy.
Not yet.
Number 1 athlete according to Goody.
Yeah. Their NIL went away because Hooters went bankrupt, though. So he's got to find Twin Peaks or something to NIL him now.
Twin Peaks. I remember that show. Twin Peaks.
That's a bar. It's a bar and restaurant. Yeah, it's a bar and
There
restaurant.
was a TV show called Twin Peaks. I remember that in the 90s. I actually liked that show, by the way. I was a fan. By the way, Charlie looks just like his dad. If golf is set up right, I would love to. If it's Charlie Woods and John Daly's son, that would be fun to watch, because and Phil Mickelson. I mean, for years we watched Phil Mickelson and Tiger Woods face off, and that's what I couldn't wait to see in those tournaments. And we're waiting for that to happen for Team USA, and we haven't seen it in a very long time. As a matter of fact, Europe has been dominating golf. It's been
Scotty's been on a pretty impressive run. Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
But even his world number 1, he'd have to do it for 9 more years or something to catch Tiger Woods' record.
I met Scheffler. I met who's that? Scheffler.
Xander Schauffele.
Xander.
Good, yeah.
I met Xander in the U.S. Open at where was it?
It was all the way out
in the Hamptons.
Wherever you were. Yeah.
It was in the Hamptons. That guy is one of the coolest, down-to-earth people you'll ever meet. Such a nice guy. Really, really. I'm telling you, I met a lot of athletes. That's a guy that I just go hang out at a bar and just have a conversation with. That guy is so cool and down to earth. And when you meet golfers, Bubba Franks, that guy's an ass. Okay. Yep. That guy is a complete ass. All right. And
Phil's kind of a dick.
Yep. Phil was a dick too. I mean, he was like, I remember he was so worried about how his watch was looking in the cameras than he was looking in the cameras and answering questions. Honestly, Phil Mickelson's an ass too. But Bubba was the biggest ass I've ever met in my life. That guy, he needs to be smacked around by somebody.
More than Shador?
Oh, dude. He's
more,
worse. Dude, he's worse.
more-
I would shove Bubba's head up Shador's ass. Okay.
What
That's how-
about what is it? Travis?
Bubba Watson. That's what his name was. Yeah. Bubba.
Oh,
Bubba
yeah, I
Franks
was
was a tight end.
He was
like,
a
who's Bubba? I'm like, who's Bubba Franks?
Yeah, he played for Green Bay, by the way.
Yeah.
Bubba Watson.
worst
Yeah,
fan
no, he had the hover. He had that hover car. But you think Bubba Watson's? You said you really don't like Travis Hunter. Bubba Watson's worse than Travis Hunter.
He was bad.
Yes.
Man. He was
Like there's
bad.
stories that used to come out on him just how big of a prick he was.
Dude, he was very
And
bad.
his wife like runs his life. Like he doesn't get make any decisions.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. His wife was there. And by
This
the
is
way,
Bubba Watson with the pink driver.
yes. Yeah.
Go look at his wife. His wife's taller than him, and she runs his life.
Yeah, she
It's on a
is.
documentary for a while
She's a
back that I
monster.
watched.
I called her the Sasquatch when I saw her walking around the golf course. I was like, look, everybody, it's the Sasquatch. I mean, and she looked back. She heard what I said. But I think I didn't get kicked off the golf course because a lot of people were like, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have
See,
said
Rory-
that. I can't do that.
Rory
So,
chucked some guy's phone today. Took it and chucked it in the water. I'm pretty sure.
dude, what is up with these golfers? They're such prima donnas. I mean, they
You
walk
need to
around-
watch the full swing on Netflix.
I know. I heard about that. I got to watch.
That's because all of them come from country clubs and they've been pampered their whole life, and they've gotten teachers and everything that money can buy. So when they hear criticism, they don't know what to do with it.
Aaron Hernandez. By the way, I'm finishing up on the Aaron Hernandez, not the documentary. I'm watching the show, dude. I feel honestly. I'm not going to say this. I don't want to get myself into trouble, but when you look at his story, and if his story is practically true, as much as he is a disgusting person, you got to feel sad for what happened to him in his life. It really is absolutely horrible to see how everything hit him and the way people treated him all his life. I mean, if the story is fully true by the way they're telling, most of it is, I mean, it's horrible. It's a horrible story. And I'm not saying I'm backing what he did. He is a disgusting person, but just go and watch that. If you've never seen it, it's 10 episodes.
It's just an
I'm almost done
overall
with it.
sad situation all
It is
around.
a
It's just a sad
it is
situation
sad
all around.
story. It is a really sad story. And I'm just telling you guys, go check it out. FX put it out. It's actually very well built, put together. It's sad. It's a sad story. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
Oh, how
All right.
You guys are gonna love
Welcome
this.
back to another wonderful episode of Analytics, a quality educational experience. Guys, if you are new to the game is as follows. It is Errol versus Speedy, and there is a mystery term that each one of them has to solve that they've come up with for each other. The terms, they will have up to three clues to get it right. Whoever gets it right and uses it correctly in a sentence in the fewest amount of clues is the winner. The terms are different, though. You see, the term that Speedy's going to give Errol is a sports analytical term. Errol's not exactly, the highfalutin stat Moneyball type of guy.
Highfalutin. I like
highfalutin.
Falutin.
Not into that type of jargon, that type of nonsensical, MIT nerd fest type of stuff. So we're going to try to educate him and teach him one of those words because this is an educational experience. On the other hand, Speedy does know all these types of terms, but there are terms that Speedy doesn't know, and Errol knows those. And those are what Speedy would frequently call on this show gross sexual crap. Yes, these are sexual innuendos, sexual terms that these terms would just normally go way over Speedy's head. Tonight, he's going to solve it.
You're going to love this one tonight. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Are you boys ready to play?
Yes.
Analytics. All right, Speedy, give us the big reveal in the wild guess round of the sports analytical term
All right,
of
so
the
this
day.
week, Goody, you're staying on because it's a baseball one, and R.
UZR.
UZR.
Utilization runs. A Z. I don't know what the Z is. But Zag runs. I don't know.
Zag runs is not correct.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good effort. UZR baseball term. That's what we got so far. Errol, what is the analytical term of the evening?
All right, here we go, Speedy. Oh, cocky.
Oh, Lord.
There's no way he's getting this one. No chance.
I gotta go. I can't stay on for this. I can't stay on for this. I got a reputation to uphold here. Goodness gracious.
They don't talk about this down on the bayou.
Oh, goodness.
All right,
Speedy.
Yes.
God bless you, my man. This has been a great show. This is my last one. I'm retiring.
All right, Speedy.
Speedy,
All right,
Speedy,
sounds like
you're
I'm gonna
racking
go-
your brain.
Yeah, I am. It sounds like a sneak attack a guy does coming down on a woman from behind.
Oh my God.
Well, Speedy, although I believe in ancient history, this is what Spartan men did to get wives in ancient Sparta. That is incorrect for tonight's wild guess round. Errol,
His eyes. What the fuck did I get myself?
I'm not making that up. I think there is some truth to that about ancient Sparta. But
Sure.
Speedy, give us a clue for Errol on UZR.
All right, so Z has to do with an area on the baseball field, and then another term for percentage.
Okay. I just need to get the Z. Z. Is that what you're saying?
Or
You can get
will
the
will help you get what type of concept you're dealing with, and then the R is another term for a metric that deals with a percentage.
gonna need
Say
to
that
guess,
again.
Errol.
So an area on the baseball field, another term for that is the Z word. It applies to other sports, too, but it's baseball in this case. And then the R is just another term, another generic term for a percentage type based statistic.
So I'm trying to think what Z is, and there's only one Z word that I can think that has anything to do with baseball. That would be zone.
Zone is correct. Yep.
Okay.
And R would be, I already said it, rating.
Rating. Yep. So now it's U.
I have no friggin' clue.
Well, you got 2/3 of it, Errol. So far, not there yet, but definitely getting close. Speedy, you got some ground to make up. I don't know how you're gonna do it.
You're
Errol,
not.
you're gonna have to give him a pretty good clue.
This is ridiculous.
Cocky.
It takes many men to do this.
Yeah, this definitely does sound like some ancient Spartan ritual.
With your shielder on it, man.
Even though the name sounds like it's Polynesian.
Polynesian?
Ukukaki or whatever that is? It sounds like
Ukukaki.
Why don't you spell it for him or sound it out for him?
No, sound it out's on Monday.
All right, I'll
You're gonna need to sound this out. It's not Ugukaki.
UKKAKE. Ukaki. All right. You need a lot of guys to do this.
Okay.
This
Several.
is probably the stupidest thing we've ever done in our
Many,
lives.
I'm going to say many naked guys
Yes.
charging the same woman in a ring.
In a ring? Wait.
Charging.
Wait. Like they're bulls?
A little bit, but more like wrestling.
Oh my gosh.
Surprisingly, like half of that answer's correct. Like, I think, right?
Charging?
No, as soon as he starts talking about the charging, it's wrong.
Not charging, discharging.
Everything before that, though, with a large group of guys.
Yes, and discharging, Speedy.
That's a hint. He's giving you a hint. That's a bonus clue from your phone a friend.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's move back to the other side of it. Speedy, another clue. Use the R.
All right, so the U is another term for supreme or high grade.
Nice.
Supreme high grade.
Supreme elite, another one.
Big, right?
There.
Supreme. I don't know.
The highest tier, basically.
Starts with a U.
That starts with a U.
Obviously, it starts with U.
How many words do you know start with a U?
I have a clue that he'll get it right away.
Urethra.
That is a word that starts with a U.
Yes. Ultimate. Yep, you got it.
Ultimate is correct.
That was a guess, by the way. That was a guess.
So,
Oh God.
Errol. No. Ultimate zone rating. Now, as we know, you have to get it right in a complete sentence. So, ultimate zone rating. So you've guessed it right. You have the second clue. So if you get it wrong, we'll tell you what you got wrong because you're ahead of Speedy. So Speedy, you have to get it on this next one or the game is over. So Errol, give us your best sentence for ultimate zone rating.
You know I'm not good at this.
well, let's help him out. So Speedy, tell him what ultimate zone rating.
That next, okay.
We have to tell you what it is so you can use it in a sentence. So Speedy, tell him what UZR is and what it's used for.
Okay, so it's a stat that has to do with position, player, defense. So that's why I was mentioning zone is like areas on the baseball field, and has to do. It's kind of like a run differential type stat.
Yeah, so if you are a great fielder, you have a good UZR. If you're a crappy
Save
fielder, you have
runs
a bad
versus
one.
allow runs with plays you should have made type thing.
The ultimate zone rating is a rating that players use to defensively perform at a high level.
That's just a terrible sentence, man.
It's like what we just said.
That's exactly it. That's
But, like,
it.
don't write a don't give me a definition. Like, just say like Benny Agbayani had a terrible UZR because he was fat and slow.
Terrible UZR, and he took it up the yes. Okay, got it.
Everything is
Which
up the
affected
ass.
his UZR, I guess.
All right, whatever.
All right. Well, okay. So I would say an imperfect sentence. So Speedy, all you need to win is getting it right and a perfect sentence. Speedy, Errol, give him a clue.
All right, Speedy. Here we go. I'm going to help you out here. He said discharge. Okay. Are you ready? I don't know. All right. You need several men to satisfy a woman discharging. Several men discharging. And you need one woman.
Sounds really sick. Whatever's being discharged is the only term I know for discharged. It sounds like some kind of like multi-person hospital sex. So a patient escapes. A woman patient escapes to have sex with many men. It gets discharged from the hospital, or a doctor to have sex with multiple naked men. That's the only definition I know for discharged.
Speedy, discharge is also like, you know, if you go to the bathroom, you
From the
discharge
hospital. Hey, Goody
urine
was
into the
thinking that
toilet.
one.
Goody was thinking about leaving. He probably should have.
Goody's just pretending he's not on camera.
I'm going to give you one more clue, okay? You ready?
I'll just make it stop.
Several men, one woman, on her knees. Let it rain. Let it rain.
Oh my goodness.
Let it rain.
That was a good Eric Clapton song. Let It Rain.
Let it rain. Several men, one woman, on her hands and knees.
Discharge. Let it rain.
He's basically giving you 97% of it, Speedy.
Let it rain.
And I think we're having the exact same problem we did last week, Speedy, with what you're not getting.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
All right. So let's say like 5 naked, super sweaty men coming down on one woman on her hands and knees.
What do you mean coming down on?
Intimately.
Like attacking with like a spear?
No, I'm done with the ritualistic angle. That was wrong. Like intimately, like
How do you intimately come down upon aggressively?
Aggressively, but they're
Well-
They're sweaty.
That's what rain means?
Well,
Think about it.
The other option was blood. I wasn't going that angle.
Speedy, I know we've talked about how you only
on, I'm
had
gonna
health
give
in
him
like
another hint.
you
I'm
only
gonna
had
give
health in like 6th grade. I know.
Here's another hint. All right. You do this as a man to satisfy yourself. You do this as a man to satisfy yourself. Now go.
Rain?
Let it rain. You do this as a man to satisfy yourself.
He is
Just
so
think about it.
confused.
Pulling, choking your beloved friend.
You're Bubba Frank.
Your beloved.
So several naked guys.
Okay, got it. One woman
pulling their sausages.
Okay.
At the same time to the same woman.
Okay, and what happens?
They all get satisfied.
Speedy, that is correct. You are correct, sir. Speedy, that, I mean, depending on if you watch episode, there may have been grosser things that we've talked about. Probably not. That was pretty gross. That is a multiple men on one woman discharge of bodily.
Hold on.
You already won. He had extra clues. It's over.
All right, but give us a sentence.
Well, I was just trying to let him know what it is, so now he can use it in a sentence.
So the alpha whatever fraternity at the number 9 college football fan base, Nebraska Cornhuskers, did a great bukkake before their biggest football game of the year.
So you got to pick a girl.
The
You don't have to pick
homecoming
one.
queen at Nebraska.
Homecoming queen.
Lord help us.
At the number 9 college football fan base.
You just made
That's the important. Well,
sorry,
everybody.
At least if I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna take Owen down with me.
I'll say this. It's a quality educational experience. I don't know what the quality is. Wasn't a pretty high quality tonight, but I hope you've learned something. It's been another great episode
Speedy,
of
you didn't
Analytics.
like
See you next
Bukaki?
time.
You don't like me of it.
You just made my nipples hard.
I love it, Speedy. You make me laugh.
I'm not yanking on a dead man's dick.
Oh my gosh.
Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, obviously, to Mr. How can we pronounce this, Speedy? I'll do it. Hold on. Jim Cerny. I always mess up his name. Mr. Jim Cerny, thank you for joining us. He was fantastic, as always, talking hockey with us when he came on the show. Thank you to the fans. Keep listening to us. It's been a long one, but you know what? I had a lot of fun tonight. Joba coming on and joining us. I know he's been dealing with a lot of crap, but he'll be on for a full week. So will Nick. And Nick's been working and coaching his son T-Ball. And Nick, you got to grow out that beard again. I think you look fuller. You look different, man. I don't know. I'm a little lost with you here.
Very youthful. Look very youthful.
I mean, that face has definitely got to go too. I mean, it looks like you're about to take a shit or something. I don't know. He's scratching his nose.
I'm about to call it a night.
Yeah, so am I. Anyways, that's our show. Thank you to all the fans for tuning in tonight and all over the social media world. We really appreciate you guys. It's been a long one, and we'll be back on. Speedy, we have any guests yet?
Nothing yet for next week, but we might have our friend Jonathan Casillas from the Super Bowl on in 2 weeks.
Oh, I like Jonathan. Speedy, reach out to Baker Mayfield. So
I did. I haven't heard from him yet.
All right, good. So we'll work on that. We want to get Baker on the show. That would be fun. That would be real fun to get Baker and have a little joke with him. But anyways, that's it. Good night. Enjoy. Have a good weekend and get ready for the bracket next week. We'll be doing our bracket on Monday. So get ready. If you're a betting man or a woman, you can tune in. I was pretty dead on my bracket last year until, the final 8, the Elite 8. But that's it. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.